Hello, everyone. My name is JenniferMaker, founder of JenniferMaker.com and your teacher for the Canva Creative Design Workshop. Welcome, everyone. It's wonderful to have you here. Thank you so much for joining me. I'm excited to teach you all about Canva so you can make gorgeous full color sublimation and print and cut designs for all of your projects. Now, this is a live class, and I encourage everyone to sit back and enjoy. This is a watch, listen, and learn workshop, not a work along with me workshop. Everything is being recorded so you can rewatch it, slow it down, rewind it, pause it at your leisure later on. Now, before we begin, just a few reminders since this is live. If you're having any video or audio issues, remember to move closer to your internet source, close some tabs, or even restart your browser or your device or your computer. This works wonders. Now, the way today's lesson is going to work is I'm going to tell you all about Canva and how to use it to design things specifically for sublimation and print and cut projects. At the end, I'll answer all of your questions. My team is here with me monitoring your questions and keeping a list for me. So even if I'm unable to answer right away, I will get to it at the end of our workshop. Please feel free to ask questions whenever you have them. Just keep in mind that I'm only going to answer questions about Canva today and how we use Canva designs in sublimation and print and cut. And please feel free, and I encourage you really to help each other. Now, while I'm doing the actual workshop, I'm going to stay focused on it, and I'll probably avoid questions while I'm doing that to help, all learners. But I will answer your questions, so I want you to relax and then hang out, and then we're going to do our crafty party at the end of our Q&A session. So thank you for your patience during the instruction segment of our class. Canva Creative is intended to be a fun, step-by-step introduction to the wonderful world of Canva design. I'm going to cover a wide range of topics to get you familiar with all of your options, plus practical steps that you can use and to get started right away. It's not intended, however, to be a comprehensive course on all things Canva. That would take a long time, more than we have time for in one workshop. But I still think you're going to learn a lot. So here's what we're going to do in today's live video. First, lesson 1, how to get to Canva. We're going to start at the very beginning. Next, I'm going to teach you how to make a simple design in Canva. And then we're going to make a custom size design in Canva, our tumblers. And then I'm going to give you tips and tricks for Canva, and we're going to do a live design where I make this mug. And then I'm going to talk about how to print, and then how to actually make all of these things that you see here. And then we're going to talk about free versus pro, licensing, Q&A, and then crafty party time. Okay? I think I got everything. This is a lot. We'll be here probably for a while. I don't know. I don't have it timed. Some of the videos are pre-recorded, so they're super crystal clear, and I don't accidentally click the wrong thing. In fact, the way I'm going to do it is there's 3 projects, and I'll be designing 3 projects with you. The first is our shirt. This is a print and cut shirt, but it could be sublimation too. We're going to design this together. This is the first project, and it's super crystal clear. I edited it very carefully, right? So I show you exactly where to click and all that. So that's for my absolute beginners. I want everyone to watch it, of course, because whenever I teach, we build off of everything, right? And then the second project is actually our tumblers, like our cute little kitty cat tumbler. And this is I'll be showing you both of these, how to design both of these. And this one, the teaching style is I recorded myself doing it, and then I lightly edited out my mistakes. So it's more organic, but still very, very clear, right? And I highlighted everything. There's red highlight buttons, so you always know where to click. The third one, is my audio not working? Oh, I see. Thank you. Thank you, Greg. I'm on the wrong, and it's not showing. The scarlet's not showing, Greg. Sorry, everybody. The scarlet is not showing. We had to fix this because you won't be able to hear me very well. Like, this mic is not working, and you're hearing me through my computer, which means I'm going to sound. No, I did not turn off my battery pack. Hang on, everybody. Sorry. Maybe try unplugging it and stuff like that, like usual. He's going to work on it. So anyways, I'll just keep talking because I haven't actually started yet, so it's okay. We have started, but this is the preamble before we actually begin. All right, so then that's the second project is the Tumblr. Now the third video, I'm going to do it live with you. So you're going to see all of the misclicks, all of the, oh, I don't want to do it that way, I'm going to do it this way, which is okay, sorry, we're trying to figure it out. So I think for a little while they couldn't hear me. So is my battery on?
Yeah. Say something real quick.
Sorry, everybody. It's not picking up on the Scarlet.
It is.
It is not.
The Scarlet sees it. The computer's not seeing it.
The computer's not seeing it. So that's a problem. And we can't actually restart the stream to try to like restart it because I will lose the stream that we have right now. So we might just have to keep going with the iMac microphone. You want to keep messing with it, see if you can figure something out?
Over there? The printers or anything today?
No, you can unplug these if you want to unplug something.
I'm gonna switch towards.
If we like, I want to make sure that you can hear me. Now, most of our workshops are pre-recorded, so my voice will be crystal clear. But when we do the live demo and when I answer your questions, we want that to be really clear. So right now, you should be able to hear me through my computer. So it won't sound nice and clear, but you can hear me, right? So let me try again.
Yeah, look.
Showing up. Oh, wait. Can you guys hear me now? It's showing now. I had to mute it and turn it back on.
Well,
All right, let's give everyone a minute to what?
Switch the port too.
Okay, thank you. Well, I know, but on my end, I think I had to like jostle it, like say, hey, I'm here. All right, yes? Okay, good. Is it clear too? Sorry, like technology, right? So, and this is going to happen. Things can and do go wrong when we do a live video, but if they do, we will fix it together. And I appreciate your patience in advance because truly, in the end, like all of this technology that we use, there are always problems. And what matters is that we power through them. We don't get frustrated and we figure it out. Well, I'll be honest, I still get frustrated. But we figure it out, right? We don't just give up. We don't say, this is too difficult. I'm lost. I can't figure. We keep working at it and figuring it out. And that's what I want from each of you today. You might feel lost. I might be going too fast for you. But remember, this is the live premiere of the workshop. I am showing you what we're going to do, but everything will be available for you to watch at whatever speed works for you in your workshop area. Okay, so we will go at one pace today, but later on, you get to go at whatever pace you want. All right, so if ever, I'm like, oh my gosh, Jennifer, slow down, just go get yourself some tea. Go take a little break, come back, hang out in the chat, just enjoy it. You remember, you're not working along with me today, you are watching. All right, someone is saying no sound again. Do you guys have sound? I want to be sure. Sound. Okay. Sometimes there's a little delay. Yes. Good job, Craig. Thank you. I wouldn't have even noticed. I have all the controls here. No one can really see them but me. So if I'm just talking, things can happen and I'll be like off undoing something and you guys will all be like, but wait. And then because I can't look at you and look at my screen at the same time. Okay, good. All right, let's continue on then. Remember, everything is being recorded, right? So there's no worries. So I think we are ready for our workshop to begin. Let's get started with Canva Creative Design Workshop. All right, so this part will be recorded for lesson 1 or for our introductions, right? Hello everyone, my name is JenniferMaker. Welcome to the Canva Creative Design Workshop, an in-depth introduction to designing for sublimation and print then cut projects in the free-to-use Canva software. Today I'm teaching you all about designing in Canva, how you can get started, how it works, how to print your Canva designs, and how to turn those prints into actual projects. So please pull up a chair here in my craft studio and let's get started. So anyone who knows me knows that I like to start at the very beginning. So let's first talk about Canva and how it works. Canva is a powerful design tool that we can use free of charge to make amazing designs for all of our crafts and projects. Canva is easy to use with a simple drag and drop interface that does not require any extensive knowledge or training to understand or anything like that. And even better, it has hundreds of thousands of templates and photos that we can use for our projects. Canva is very popular and I'm super excited to show it to you today and how it can change your crafting life. In this workshop, I will teach you how to create custom full color sublimation and print then cut designs with less time and hassle. I will show you how to get access to the huge graphic and image library, how to put photos into your projects in interesting and fun ways, how to find inspiration for your designs and projects, a simpler way to resize and print your sublimation designs that you purchase, how to make tumblers, mugs, shirts, all sorts of fun things, and how to truly understand how to use Canva for your craft projects. My goal is that by the time you finish this workshop, that you can make beautiful things that impress everyone and make them ask, "You designed that yourself?" And you get to say yes. So I think it's time to dive right in. In our first lesson, we're going to start at the very beginning where I will show you how to get Canva for free. Make sure I have the right one here. I didn't number, this is it. How to get Canva. Canva is really easy to get on your computer and devices. You can use it in a web browser without ever downloading anything, or you can download the app for Mac, Windows, iOS, or Android, completely free of charge. That's right, there is no cost to use or download Canva's free version. To make it easier for everyone to get the version of Canva that is right for you, I made you a Launchpad page for this workshop. Just go to makeracademy.com/Canva and you'll see all the ways that you can use Canva. So here I've sorted the ways to use Canva by your device. The first link in each column, regardless of whether you're on a computer or a mobile device, is the browser version. Anyone who is using a browser like Google Chrome, Firefox, Safari, or Edge can open Canva up in their browser, which makes it really accessible to everyone. Now, some people do enjoy downloading and using the app, but honestly, I am not one of those people. I think the app is a little slower, and I prefer the flexibility of having Canva available in any browser, anywhere. So I'm going to teach you how to use the browser version. And the good news is that the browser version looks pretty much the same as the app version, regardless of your computer or device, so everyone can follow along. Do note, however, that if you're using a phone, your screen will be smaller, of course, and things may be in different spots. But the same features are available in the browsers on different devices. So I will click on the browser right here to begin. Once I do that, I'm prompted to log in or sign up. Signing up is free and you have lots of choices, everything from Google to Facebook and email. If you choose to log in with Google or Facebook, you won't need to check your email to get a login code. It's entirely up to you which one you want to use. If you go with the email option, which is my personal preference, make sure you type your email carefully and be sure you use an account that you can actually log into easily, as you'll need to go check that account right away to get your Canva login code. Once you're in Canva, you may be asked what you'll use Canva for. Your choice will determine what templates they show you to begin with. I'm going to go with personal. You'll then get the option to join Canva Pro free for 30 days. If you're ready to start creating, go ahead and start the free trial. I will tell you more about Canva Pro later to help you decide if it is helpful. So for now, I'm going to click Maybe Later here in the upper right corner, so we're only working with the free version's features and everyone in our workshop can participate. You can always come back to start your free trial later on. So we now have Canva. Wasn't that simple? If for any reason you have issues getting Canva on your computer or your device, just make sure you're using the most recent version of your web browser on the off chance that you haven't updated it recently. I recommend using Google Chrome that you can get over at google.com/Chrome, as it is fast and reliable and safe. If Chrome doesn't work for you, try a different browser like Firefox or Edge if you're on Windows or Safari if you're on Mac. You may also want to try clearing your browser cache and cookies or even disabling browser extensions if you have any. I hear of very few issues with accessing Canva, however, so you should be good to go. But if you continue to have issues, email support@canva.com for more help using their software. Now, before you do anything else, I recommend you bookmark Canva. If you're using Google Chrome on a computer as I am, you can just go to the link bar up at the top right here and click the star icon and then click Done. And now it's bookmarked, easy to find again. If you're on a mobile device, press your Share button and choose Add Bookmark. Alternately, just bookmark the Canva Launchpad at makeracademy.com/Canva. We're now ready to design something, which we'll do in our next lesson. All right, so now I'm going to do lesson 2. I'm going to pause in between each one just to make sure. And thank you for the comment about the volume. I'll always make sure it's at that same level that you all liked. All right, so that's how you get Canva. Some of you have it. I heard earlier in our Facebook group, some of you said that you downloaded it. I want you to know you can, of course, use the one that you downloaded. I just like to use the browser one. I can use it at home. I can come here to my studio, use it. I can use it on my phone. I don't have to have that app installed. It's really completely up to you. All right, so our next lesson is how to create a simple design in Canva. This is from the very beginning. I'll show you where things are. And we're going to make this design right here. And something else I want to be sure everyone understands is that personally, I find Canva overwhelming. So you'll hear me talk about that because there's so many options. Back when Canva started, it was pretty simple, right? I was using it back when it started. And these days they have put so many features in. They have, it really, really have. But it is overwhelming, even for me. So what I'm going to try to do in this our second lesson, or our first project, second lesson, is I'm going to try to really focus your attention on the parts that matter so that you can actually make things and not just be overwhelmed and confused. All right, so I'm going to play lesson 2 now, and then you will see how we designed this awesome print then cut decal, which of course could also just be sublimation. It can go either way. All right, let's do it. How to make a simple design in Canva. Here we are in Canva, which asks us, what will we design today? You'll see an array of options here, which some people find helpful, but I personally find overwhelming. Every time I open Canva and it gives me all of these buttons, I instantly find myself caught in a decision loop. Do I want to make this thing or that thing? Oh, but wait, I don't even see my thing here. It's confusing. So instead, I make either a custom size canvas or I use the search bar to look for exactly what I want to make. This is the search bar right up here. Searching is the easiest for beginners, so let's start there. For this lesson, I'm going to show you how to make a shirt decal for either sublimation or print then cut. So we just type shirt and we get all of these options. Again, a lot to choose from, right? Let's click on the basic t-shirt option right here. Now you can see all of the t-shirt options available. Again, there are a lot of choices, and while these look really fun, we also need to simplify this down even more. And the best way to simplify is to use a template. Templates are a shortcut to good designs and are fully customizable to your needs. Canva provides over 250,000 free templates to use. You can see that there are thousands of templates just for t-shirts. The question is, which one do you use? Not all of these are appropriate for our needs, but as a beginner, how do you even know? So to make this even simpler to learn, I've created a template for you. To find it, we go back to our Canva Launchpad over at makeracademy.com/Canva. Go to the template section, find the t-shirts, and click on the first option called Shirt Wide. Clicking that will bring you back to Canva, where you can simply click the purple Use Template button. Easy peasy, all set up for you. Now this brings us to the design page in Canva, which in this case looks like a big blank rectangle. If you're on a phone and you don't see this, turn your phone 90 degrees so you're looking at it in the wide format. What you see here is the main Canva window, where you do your actual designing. You have many options along the top, side, and bottom. Don't let them intimidate you. I'm going to help you focus on the basic ones that truly matter for now. The template I made for you is the perfect size for nearly any size of t-shirt, whether you're making this as a sublimation print or as a Cricut print then cut project. I recommend you turn your rulers and guides on if they aren't already visible. To do this, go to File, then choose View Settings, and enable Show Rulers and Guides. The guides you see on the screen are there to show you the maximum size for an infant shirt. But if you're making an adult shirt, you can use as much space as you want. Now let's design a shirt. First, we need elements. Over on the left side of the screen, you'll see buttons. One of them is called Elements. Click it, and again, you'll get tons of options. There are lines and shapes, graphics, stickers, photos, and so much more. They are quite easy to use. You just pick what you want and click it, and it appears right on your design. That's it. Now, if you see a crown icon in the element, that means it's a Canva Pro only element. You can still add it to your design to look at, but you'll see the Canva watermark on it and you won't be able to actually download it. So if you don't have Pro, avoid the ones with crowns. The good news is that there are over 1 million free photos and graphics that you can use. So if you're using Canva Free, just look for the ones without crowns. If you've got Canva Pro, you can use anything. Once an element is on your design screen, you can customize it further. To select it, just click or tap on the element and you'll see a purple bounding box appear around it. And by the way, from here on out, if I say click, it also means to tap for those of you with touchpads and touchscreens. To move your selected element around your design, just click it and drag it around the screen. If you drag it partially off the white rectangle, you'll see it gets partially hidden. The white rectangle is your design area. Think of it as your page. If you drag it all the way off, you'll actually delete it entirely from your design. So don't do that unless you want to. To undo what you did, click the Undo button at the top of your screen. Undo is your best friend. To resize your element, select it and grab any corner and click and drag it in to make it smaller or drag it out to make it larger. To rotate your element, select it and use the rotate icon below the image and drag it left or right. If you want to duplicate something, click the duplicate icon above it. And if you ever need to delete something, just click the trash can icon above it. There's much more you can do, of course, but let's stay focused. Let's look at other elements. So that was a graphic that I just showed you. There are also lines and shapes which are useful. Here's a square with rounded corners. Now let's clear these elements off our design before we continue on. We'll just click the trash can icon again to remove them. Now stickers are animated graphics. You can use them in your design, but they might not look as you expect when you download them, so I tend to avoid those, and I recommend you do as well. Videos are rarely useful for what we want to do in this workshop. Same for charts and tables. So for now, just ignore all of those. Frames, on the other hand, are very useful for designing, and they are one of the best features of Canva. Frames allow you to add or crop images into a shape, and they are an easy way to add photos to projects. I consider frames to be one of Canva's biggest claim to fame for easy designs, so they are worth learning how to use. Let's see all of the frames available by clicking on See All. This is how you deep dive into any of these elements to see all the options. The vast majority of frames are entirely free to use. All frames have this cloud and hill scene on them to help you identify them. When you see one like this, just click it to add it to your design, just like you did before. The frame appears on your design with part of that scene image showing. Now, what do you do with the frame? Well, we put something inside it, just like we would a real picture frame. So let's go look for a photo for our frame. Click on Elements on the left again to return to the main Elements menu. Find Photos and click See All next to it to see all photos. Now, there are a lot of photos in Canva, over 100 million in fact. Like before, the crown icon indicates it's a pro-only photo, so free users should avoid those. There are tons of free photos, however. We could browse this list, but honestly, it would take a long time and be very overwhelming. So let's search for what we want. I want something that shows all the colors, so I'm going to search on rainbow. Just type rainbow into the search box and you'll see all of the rainbow photos. I like this one here, and it's free because there's no crown on it. Now, to use it with the frame, you don't want to just simply click on it. That would just add the photo to your design independent of your frame. Instead, you want to click, hold, and drag the photo onto the frame until it appears inside of it. Your screen will show you when the photo is inside the frame, and then you can release your mouse or your finger. And voila, you now have a framed photo which already looks amazing. And here's a tip: if you accidentally put your photo in your design but not in your frame, it's okay. You can still frame your photo. Just select the photo in your design and click and drag it into the frame. Easy. Now these two elements, the frame and the photo, are attached together. If we move, resize, or rotate them, they will stay together. But what if you want to change how the photo is displayed inside the frame? You totally can. Just double-click the frame with the photo in it on your design, and the photo can be moved independently of the frame. Now you can make it larger and reposition it so you put a different part of the photo in the frame. And when you're done, just click outside the frame to set it. And of course, you can add your own photos. If you click on Uploads on the left and then click the purple button, you can add any photo you wish. We'll talk more about uploading photos when we make a custom Tumblr design in the next lesson. And here's a tip. If you need to rotate the photo in the frame, select it again, click the three dots that appear above the frame, and choose Detach Image. Now rotate the photo outside of the frame and then move it back into the frame. I think these frames make it really easy to design things that look really great. So now what about text? We can add that too. To add text to any design, click on the text tool on the left. Again, Canva tries to be helpful by providing a bunch of options, but again, it can be confusing. So just click the purple Add a Text Box button to put a text box on your design. Let's zoom in a bit here so we can see what we're doing. We just click the slider down here at the bottom and slide it to the right. Now you can immediately type any text you wish. I'm going to type, "I'm sunshine mixed with a little hurricane," because I feel like that some days. Now, am I referring to the weather or a drink? Again, it depends on the day. If you type and nothing happens, double click on a text box to get the purple border around it and then begin typing. Click outside the box to stop editing the text. You can move the text box around on your screen by clicking on it once and then dragging it around. It's also resizable with any corner, and you can rotate it with the icon below it too, just like you can rotate other elements. You can control which words are on which lines by dragging the left or right edges in or out, and it will reflow the text into your text box. Or you can just put your cursor exactly where you want a new line and press the Return or Enter key on your keyboard. The default font is called Canva Sans, which is a basic font, and it's fine, but it's not really that interesting. To select a new font, just click once on the text box, and then click the font menu at the top of your screen on a computer, or at the bottom of your screen on a mobile device. Again, tons of font options. Anything without a crown is free to use. Now, it's important to note that Canva uses its own font system, and it does not see your computer or device's system fonts that you've installed on those. So even if you've downloaded and installed some cool font from dafont.com, you will not see it here in Canva unless it just happens to have that same font in its system. Often it does, by the way, but there's no guarantees. Now, you can upload your favorite fonts to Canva, but only if you're a Canva Pro user. So fonts are one of the drawbacks of using Canva free, sure, but there are hundreds of free fonts, so you have lots of options still. You can browse the list of fonts on the side to choose one. Just click on it and your text changes to that font. Now, if you're anything like me, you might find the number of fonts overwhelming. So if you don't know what font you want to use the search box. You can type anything you want into the search. I will type the word bold because bold fonts usually look best for designs like this. Again, lots of options. Pick one you like. I'm going to choose Livic Bold, a free sans serif font. So this looks fine, but what if we want to have two different fonts in the same text box? We can do this if we've separated it from the other text with the Return or Enter key. Earlier, we put sunshine on its own line by pressing the Return or Enter key, right? So it's now separated from the first word. So those two parts of the text can be different fonts. And if I pick a new font, you'll see that it's only applied to that section of the text. But what if you just want the word sunshine to be a different font? You can do that if you put a Return or Enter after it. So let's undo this with the Undo button up at the top, and then we'll put a Return or Enter after sunshine, select just the word sunshine, and choose a new font. Our other text is set in the sans serif font, so I recommend you pair it with a bold serif font. There are lots of options, but if you know the font you want to use, you can type its name right into the search box. I want to use a font I found in Canva called Asing, so I just type that in and click it. Now only the word sunshine is changed to the new font. We can also change the size of text independently of other text as well. So I can select sunshine, then go to the text size box and increase the size. I will make sunshine as wide as the line below it to make it really noticeable. We can also change the color of the text independently. Select the text you want to change, then go to the color picker at the top and choose a new color. You can use black or white that you'll see right there at the top, or pick one of the colors that are already present in your document. I will choose the color white so it has a high contrast with my design. And here's a tip for designing with text. It's a good idea to pull focus to the main word or words. Not only does it look more interesting, but it helps it be read easier and faster. And as this is to be a shirt design, it's important that it be read fast. You want to avoid any text that is hard to read, as it means people will be staring at your chest to try to read it. We don't want that. The main words in this sentence are sunshine and hurricane. So let's also pull focus to the word hurricane. We could choose the same font as sunshine, but that doesn't seem to match the word, does it? So I'm going to type in the word grunge because that word seems to fit the word hurricane, and search for it. And then I'm going to choose this font here, Lava Pro Grunge font. And then we'll make it larger and change the color to a cloudy color. We can also change the spacing between the lines. Select your text and click on line spacing and increase or decrease as much as you wish. I recommend you go line by line for the best control of your line spacing. Now we've completely customized our text. Of course, you don't have to do any of this. You can just keep it simpler if you like. Just make sure your text is readable. For a shirt, you want to use a text size of at least 16 or higher. I recommend higher if you can. You can also go more complex with multiple frames, photos, text boxes, and more. There's no limit to how many you can use. One more thing I want to note is that any parts that are white will have no ink when you print them, because our inkjet and sublimation printers don't print white ink. White is the absence of any color. If this is a sublimation design, that means your white areas will show the color of your shirt or whatever surface you're putting this on. If you're using a white shirt, then it'll look pretty much the same as what you see here. But if it's, say, a pink shirt, those letters will be pink. Just be aware of this when you're designing. If this is a print then cut design, any interior parts that are white will be the color of your paper or iron-on transfer. So the letters here will appear as the color of my paper, which is white. Where you need to be cautious is any exterior white parts, the ones at the edges that aren't encapsulated by other inked parts. Those will be removed when we upload the design for print then cut. Just keep this in mind when you design. Once you have your design made, it's time to pay attention to the overall size of your design. You can see the overall size by selecting your frame or selecting everything if you have multiple frames and elements in your design. To select everything, just click and drag a bounding box over your whole design like this. Now we can see the design size by looking at the ruler at the top of the screen. If for any reason you don't see a ruler, you can always turn it on by going to the File menu and then choose View Settings and then Rulers and Guides. The ruler will highlight the selected elements so we can see that this design is actually under 5 inches. That's pretty small for an adult shirt. It would, however, be close to the size that we need for an infant shirt if we made it a little smaller. Those guides there are the maximum size you'd want for an infant shirt. So I want to make this for an adult shirt. So let's make this design fill the space bigger. We can go as big as we want in this space, and it will fit on both the page for a sublimation print and the page for a Cricut print then cut print. So first, we're going to group it so we don't accidentally move anything out of place. Just click on Group right here. Next, we'll drag the corners so they touch the edges of the page or come close to it, right? Now it's as big as it can be for print then cut and will look amazing on a shirt. You can, of course, make it smaller. I have handy t-shirt sizing guides in the workbook for this workshop to help you determine sizing. And there's another cool way that you can check the sizing right here in Canva. Let me show you how to do that. Click on Share in the top right corner and choose Print Your Design. Search for Shirt, choose Resize Design, and reposition it where you want it on the page. And then click the image on the right. It will show you your design right on a shirt. Isn't that cool? You can change the style, the color, and the size, so you can see precisely how it will appear. Now I think the right size is smaller than they recommend, but you get to decide. Just keep in mind that if you're doing a Cricut print then cut, 9 1/4 inches wide by 6 3/4 inches tall is your maximum. If you're printing on your sublimation printer, 10.5 is really the maximum size you want, unless of course you have a large format printer. But this print feature is a good way to preview your design. When you're done previewing, just click the X button to return to the design screen. And I want you to note that your page, the white rectangle, has been resized. If you don't like that it did this, just keep pressing the undo button at the top until the white rectangle is back to the original size. So that's how you create a shirt decal in Canva. We learned how to add and customize elements, use frames, add and set text, group elements, and resize everything to look awesome. Now, Canva has been saving your design all along to the cloud, which means it's saving it to its servers, so it's always accessible no matter how you log in. That means you don't have to specifically save it, but you can rename your file up here at the top. Just click on the name right here and type a new name. The name up here will be your file name after you download it, so keep that in mind. If you want to use it on your shirt, you'll need to download your fabulous design. To do this, click on Share in the top right and choose Download. The default should be PNG. If this is going to be a print then cut design, you do want PNG, so if it's not selected, choose that from the File Type menu. If this will be a sublimation design, you can use either PNG or PDF. To save it as a PDF, just select PDF Print from this menu, and you can flatten it if you want as well. But for now, we'll save this as a PNG. Keep the size as is. You won't be able to go any higher or lower if you're not using Canva Pro, and even if you are on Pro, you don't want to go any smaller or your design will not look as good. If you are a Pro user, also select transparent background, and if you're not, don't worry. I will help you with that later. Then everyone clicks the purple download button. Your image will download to your computer and may even open up for you automatically in whatever your default image software is. On my Mac, that's Preview. If that happens, just close it because you don't need it open right now. You can always locate this file again. It should be in your Downloads folder on your computer or device. Now you can print this image. We'll cover printing in a later lesson in this workshop to keep it simple for now. But rest assured, printing is not difficult. I will show you how to print for sublimation and how to do a print then cut in Cricut Design Space. So remember, this is, what am I trying to say? Two things. I have two things to say. First, you're going to be able to watch and rewatch all of this in your workshop area, so you can go at any speed you want. Number two, I discovered as that was playing that somehow our YouTube video got set to public instead of unlisted. So some of you are in here like, workshop? I didn't register for a workshop. What is she talking about? So if that is you, if you found this video by accident, first of all, my apologies for not noticing. Technology, right? So if you are interested in this workshop, you can stay here. Let's don't close the screen because I have changed it to unlisted now. It's totally fine. But you won't have access to all the awesome things that I'm about to tell you either. So if you do want the workshop, you'll want to go to JenniferMaker.com/Canva-workshop, just so you know. Okay, so sorry about that. So I have fixed that. All right, so again, you'll be able to watch that at your own pace in the workshop area. But we're going to pick up the pace just a little bit so that I can show you how to make awesome tumblers, right? So we're going to design this one. This is all made with free elements in Canva. And then I'm going to show you how to take a third-party design. This one's on Design Bundles and Creative Fabrica. It's adorable, isn't it? And I'm going to show you how you can size it to fit whatever you need to and keep it seamless. Okay, so, and I know your questions are coming in, so don't worry, we're going to have our Q&A session when we get to the end. So let's play lesson 3, how to make a custom size design in Canva. How to make a custom sized design in Canva. If you're anything like me, you're used to starting with one basic size, say a standard 8.5 by 11-inch document, and then resizing it later to meet your needs. This is what most of us do. But if you're using Canva free, you may have already noticed that you can't resize designs unless you're a pro member. So that little crown there, that's a pro feature. So what do you do if you want to make, say, a custom sized design for your particular sized tumbler? Because they are often all different sizes, but you can't resize as a free Canva user. But I have good news. I have a tip for you. You can make a custom sized design right from the very start. That's how you do this. And this is really the best way for both Canva Free and Canva Pro users to make designs too. So let me show you how. So first, you want to measure your tumbler to get the exact dimensions of it, both the height and the circumference. Always measure, don't guess. Next, you want to open up Canva and click Custom Size. You'll find this as an option when you're in a design like this by going to File, and then click on Create New Design, and it's right here at the very top. Or you'll find it on the home screen, which is where, when you first begin, right here, Custom Size. So let's click on that. On the Custom Size box, first change the measurements right here in the drop-down menu to inches or whatever you prefer. So let's change it to inches right now. And then put in your dimensions. Now, some designs, like a tumbler, need just a little extra for the seam overlap. So add 0.1 or 0.2 inches to your width measurement to accommodate that. And when you've got your dimensions in, click Create New Design. Now we have a blank canvas perfectly sized for our tumbler. Let's design something fun on it. I'm going to show you how to make a design with photos from scratch, how to design a seamless tumbler even when your photo isn't seamless, and how to size a third-party design that you got somewhere else to fit your tumbler. So first, we'll make something from scratch. Let's find a photo background for our tumbler from Canva's huge collection. Click on Elements over on the left, then Photos, and then See All. Again, just like before, lots and lots of photos. Let's search for a theme to narrow things down. I'll search for sunflowers. Again, we avoid the ones with crowns unless we're a pro member, right? I'm going to pick this one because it's free and I love it. So click it to add it to the canvas. Now let's turn this photo into a background that covers the entire tumbler, so all of the space. To do this, right-click on the image with your mouse and choose Set Image as Background. Awesome! Wasn't that easy? Now it's important to note that this design is not seamless. Seamless means that the image can be placed side by side with copies of itself without any visible seams or interruptions. So you can repeat an image and create a pattern that can go on infinitely. And in the case of a tumbler, it means the left and the right sides of the design match so that when you wrap it around the tumbler, you can't tell where it starts or stops. But this sunflower photo is not like that. We can tell just by looking at the sunflowers on either side that one is definitely larger than the other. So these are not going to match up. So we can either be okay with that, because it's totally fine if you are, or we can disguise that and create our own seamless design. So if you'd like to disguise the seam, just click on Elements over on the left, choose Lines and Shapes, and click on a square. There we go, we have a square in our canvas. Now we can resize and stretch the square into a long rectangle like this. Just click and drag those little handlebars there to the bottom and the top. And we can make it thinner too. Let's make it about a 1/2 inch. And then we're going to bring it all the way over to the far right. Now, when we print and press our design onto a tumbler, the fact that this photo is not seamless won't be noticeable because this yellow bar will be in between and meeting the two sides. So problem solved. Now, of course, this bar all by itself does sort of stand out. So let's make it look intentional by adding some text or images to that box. So let's find some cute little sunflowers to put into it. Go over to Elements and click on Graphics and See All. And let's type sunflowers. There we go. This one is really cute. Let's click it to add it. Very large. Let's resize that down. Here we go. And we'll make it small enough that it fits onto the bar, just like this. Now let's duplicate it. And I'm going to zoom in here so you can see what I'm doing. Let's give it a little margin there. All right, let's duplicate this sunflower and bring it up here like this. And we're going to duplicate it again. And Canva very helpfully remembers how we just moved it and it puts it into place. I love that about Canva. And now we want to make sure they're all aligned. So we're going to click each one, holding down the Shift key so that we get all three, just like this. Now all 3 sunflowers are selected. We go up to Position and we go to Align Elements Center right here. And it aligns it all perfectly for us. We can even space things vertically and horizontally, but it's already spaced vertically. If it's grayed out like this, that means it's already done. So you can see how center is like grayed out now because it's already centered and it's already vertically aligned. It's a little shortcut for you. And we can duplicate this set of 3 to put at the top of our bar too. So while all 3 are still selected, click on Duplicate again, and then we have them, and then we can drag them all the way up here. And let's zoom out so we can see the top of our design here and move them all the way up here. There we go. And the Canva is helpfully telling us that they're centered with the other ones. You see this pink line that appears when I get it into position? That is letting us know that it's all aligned. Now let me show you how to add vertical text. Click on Text over on the left and click the purple Add a Text box. All right, it's right here. It's really tiny. Let's move this over so we have more space. And we're going to stretch it out a bit. I'm going to type in Made with Love for Mom from Jennifer. Because I'm going to make this tumbler for my mom for her birthday. I think she's going to love it. All right, so now I want to get this text into this position here. So I need to rotate it 90 degrees, right? So we're just going to select the text as get that purple box around it, which we have right now. And then we're going to use the rotate icon below it. So let's give ourselves a little space, move it down here so we can see where it rotates. And I'm going to click and drag this icon and I'm going to move out to the right. And you can see that it is changing. And there's a little black box right there that shows me the angle because I want it to be exactly 90 degrees so it's straight, right? Now, if you have it can be a little tricky, right? If you get up here, it's a little hard to get that 90. So if you have any problems with controlling your rotation, move your cursor, your mouse away from the text, and then it'll move in slower increments, and it'll be easier to get that 90 degrees. And then let go, and it is now rotated. And then you can click and drag that into position right here. And then, of course, we can change the font to something cuter. It's on the default Canva Sans right now. So while it's selected, we just go up to the font box, click that, and, again, all the choices. I am going to choose a font that I know is already in Canva, one of my favorites, and it is called Bella Boo. There we go. And I'm just going to type that in right there, just like that. Now, that's very tiny. I'm going to zoom in a bit so you can see just how small that is. It's fine if you want it to be small. I want it to be a little bit more legible than that, however. So I want to make this text larger. Now I can't just go up to the text size box right here like I did in our last lesson, but let me show you a shortcut for making text bigger. So all you have to do is click and drag one of the corners like this, and it makes it bigger. Super easy. So you can just click and drag it to make text bigger or smaller, of course, either way. So the resize works with text as well as all of your images and graphics. All right, so let's zoom back out so we can see how we're doing. So now this is looking great, though I think the sunflowers are a little dark. So we can apply some effects to that photo to change how it looks. To do this, select the background image. Just click on it once, and then choose Edit Image right up here, and look under Filters right down here. And I'm going to click on See All. There's a lot of different options here. Feel free to use whatever strikes your fancy. I'm going to click on Festive because I think it makes the photo look even happier, and it makes the sky look brighter, and I like that. There's actually a lot of different adjustments that you can do. And if we go back from filters, you'll see that there are adjustments here for brightness. So we can go really bright or really dark. Contrast, which is, how much contrast, light and dark there is. It can be pretty muted, or it can be really, really contrasty. That's not a word, but you know what I mean. And then saturation is how colorful it is. So we slide it to the right to get super saturated colors, or slide it to the left to get grayscale if we want it, or sepia tone. And then remember, you can undo right up here at the top if you want to undo any of your changes. There we go. So we still have that festive there. And when you're all done, you can just click outside like this on your canvas, and it will apply your changes. So this design is great, but what about adding your own photos? You can do that too. To upload your own photos, click on Uploads over on the left. Click on the purple Upload Files, and locate photos that you'd like to use on your computer or device. I happen to have a photo of myself with a sunflower, so perfect for this tumbler. So I'm going to click on that and then click on Open. And it'll show up over here on the left side where your other uploaded files are, and you can just click it to add it to your design, just like that. Now that's a little large, and we can resize it, sure, but let's use one of those awesome frames I told you about in the last lesson to make this photo a bit more interesting. So click on Elements and go back. This little arrow right here will take you back to all of the elements. And then scroll down to Frames and click See All. Again, lots and lots of choices. You pick what you want. I really like this rounded, sort of uneven shaped one. I think it goes along with organic things and natural things like sunflowers. So I'm going to click that frame to add it to my design. There we go. Now just select your photo already on your design and then move it into the frame, just like that. It's so easy. Now we can move this photo so it's in the sky, like up here. But this brings us to an important topic once again, sizing. A tumbler is an unusual thing to design for because you can only see a part of the design at any one time. In order to see the full design, the tumbler must be rotated, which is often not convenient or even desired if, let's say you're using it with a beverage. So that means it's best to design with this size factor in mind, so that a person can see just one side of the tumbler at a time and still have it look pleasing. So you'll want to look at your actual tumbler and decide how much of the surface you can see. In my case, it's about 2.5 inches. So let's resize our photo frame right here to be 2.5 inches. We can just click one of the resize handles and click and drag it in. You'll see that little black and white box in the lower right corner shows us the exact size of our frame. There we go. That's 2.5 inches. Now we can see that it's actually a pretty small slice of our tumbler. If you want, you can add guides around it to help you design for that space. Just drag a guide out from the ruler right over here. So you click on the ruler and then drag over and you'll get a guide. It just comes along with your cursor and let go. And now it's right there. We can do it again to bring over another one. Now this is our panel to design in to make sure that when someone is looking at the tumbler, they're seeing all of whatever you want them to see on that one side. We can move this photo to the other side of the tumbler, like about here, and add guides there as well. So we can now have 2 areas to design for. You could even fit in 3 if you want to make things really close together. I think I'll stick with 2, however. 2 panels, this panel and this panel. So I'll keep this photo right here in this panel on the left side. And we can even add a decorative element to make it fancier if we want. To do that, go back to Elements. So you'll want to click on Elements and it'll bring you back here. And then click on Graphics and See All. And I want you to note that Canva likes to recommend things to you. So they have this category called Magic Recommendations, and it's things that they think you will like based on what you've already picked. So it knows I like working on sunflowers because I've picked 2 sunflower designs, right? So it's recommending other things along those same themes and design styles. So I see that I have a sunflower corner right here, which would be perfect, right? So, and of course, if you don't see something recommended for you, you can always search for it. So I'm going to type in sunflowers, and there's that corner right there. So we can click on that and add it to our canvas. And I'm going to click and drag it into position and put it at the corner of my photo because I think that looks really sweet. Now we can put a sunflower in the other corner even though we don't see one that has that positioning, right? But we can make it ourselves. To do that, you'll want to duplicate it right here, and then we can move it down here. Now we go up to flip and we do flip horizontal and we do flip vertical. And there we go. Now we have 2 corners with sunflowers in them. Now let's hold down the Shift key and select both sunflower corners and the photo and click Group. And now they're all grouped together and it's a lot easier to move them around and resize them to fit our panel. There we go. Perfect. Now we have another panel right here that we could add something to if we wanted. Now this tumbler already has a lot going on. It's got a photo here and it's got this seam bar here, but I think that there's room for one more thing. So let's keep it simple with just some more text. So let's click on text right here, and we can go ahead and do what we've done before and click add a text box. But I just want to call your attention to these helpful font combination suggestions that Canva offers. If you ever struggle with coming up with ways to display text, these font combinations can be very helpful. Many of them are for pro members, but not all of them are. So feel free to use them. You just click on them and they will be added to your canvas. But I'm going to go ahead and just do add a text box, and it shows up right there. Let's zoom in so we can see that better. So let's move this actually over to our other panel. There we go. Now I want you to note that it's already in the same font that we used for the seam, right? The seam text. It remembered that we were using that font. That's also very helpful, I think. So, but let's change we don't want to say your paragraph text. That's weird. Let's change this. I'm going to double click this and I'm going to type face the sun. Because, you know, sunflowers do that, at least when they're young. Later on, they do. When they're, you know, the seed head is heavy, they don't swivel towards the sun, but they do when they're young, which I love. Just a reminder. All right, so let's make this bigger. Now remember I said that you can just resize it by dragging this corner here. We don't need it to be taking up all this, and we can drag this in just like this. Nice and easy, and then we can position it right here. And that will look awesome when you see that part of the tumbler. Let's add one more text bit underneath this photo since it's a gift for my mother. So I'm going to click on Add a Text Box, and I'm going to drag this under the photo, and I will type, "I love you, Mom." There we go. She's going to love this. All right, let's zoom out and see our entire design. I think this looks wonderful, but before I download this, I want to show you how to work with a third-party design that you might buy from someplace like Etsy or Design Bundles. For example, I love this seamless cat design that I found at Design Bundles, and I bought it. If you also want to get it, you'll find it at JenniferMaker.com/cutecatswrap. Alexa is going to love it. Now, this design is made just for skinny tumblers, but how do you actually use it? So let me show you. So first, we need a place to work on it. So let's go back to Canva. And right below our design, you'll see an option that says Add Page. So click Add Page, and then we get a new page to design on. And this works perfectly because this is already sized for our tumbler, right? So we can use this same document to create another design that's going to be at the correct size. Next, click on Uploads, Upload Files, and then you'll want to find your Cute Cats wraps. Now, this design comes in a straight version for straight skinny tumblers and a tapered version for tapered tumblers. Ours is straight, so we want to choose that. So select that and then click on Open. And then it shows up over here on the left, ready for you to click and add to your design, just like that. Now we just need to fit it to our design. So we're going to click and drag it into the corner and then resize it. And it's so close. Now we just need to fit it to our design. The easiest way to do this is to simply select it and drag this handle to the right. What's important is that you make sure that you don't want to do this where you're like changing the pattern on the side, because this is a seamless pattern, right? So you don't want to do that. You want to make sure that the cat here will match up with the cat here. So as long as you just drag it to the right, you will lose a little of the design off the top or the bottom, but your seam will remain exactly as it needs to be. This way you can fit it precisely to your tumbler and retain the seamless design, even if your tumbler is a little different dimension than how this designer made it originally. Isn't that cool? So when you're happy with your designs, give them a name up at the top. I will call these Skinny Tumbler Designs. And then to download them, click on Share, choose Download, and then select either PNG, which is likely your default, or PDF print, depending on your needs. For this design, I'll select PDF print, and I'll click Flatten PDF because I think that results in a better file. And then I also want you to note that you don't have to download both. You can click under Select Pages, and you can choose if you want both, which is the default, or you can say just this one or just this one, right? Or select that to get all of them. And then I recommend you keep it in the RGB color profile because that's usually best for digital files like sublimation prints. CMYK is also an option depending on your preferences and how you'll be using this. And in general, I think that for multi-design files like this, PDF is a better format when you have these extra files in there. Now you can still use PNG. It will just download 2 PNG files for you rather than 1 PDF. But I like having 1 PDF if I've got multiple designs that are the same size. And when you're all set, go ahead and click Download. And that's it. I will show you how to print PDFs later in this workshop and how to wrap a design around a tumbler and tape it so it will be seamless and press it too. Awesome. Of course, I'm going to show you how to make it. Don't worry. Right now we're focusing on design, but I have it here. It looks so cool. Now, I saw a comment just now in the chat, someone saying, I went to the shirt tall template and there's a big asterisk in it. I fixed it already. I was playing this morning. I was trying to get like a little thing I swear I could do, but I couldn't figure out whatever. I was playing and I accidentally put it into the template, but it's fixed now. So it should now open up and be blank. And that was Jalira that said that. So I fixed it. All the templates should be good. Now, if they aren't, you can let me know in the chat. I'm watching, fixing things as we go. And I think that this is so fun. You get everybody doing okay. Remember, you're going to get to, if you're a student, of course. By this point, probably most of you are students, but sorry about that. Sorry, I don't know what happened. It was like, I know it was unlisted, but sometimes things happen. Anyways, all of these recordings will be uploaded, and I'll upload them in the chunks that I'm showing you too. So you can just go back and watch the different lessons and rather than having to watch the hours-long recording that this workshop premiere will be. Awesome. Yay. Good. Okay. All right. So our next lesson is going to be done live. So it'll be me and we're going to be in Canva and we are going to design this design, which is, let me actually switch over here and show you. So this is a super cute retro sticker mug. It might not look just like this when we're done, but it'll be pretty close because I'm going to try to duplicate what I already designed for you so you can see what it is like when we actually design something, and you can see how it's not like the videos you just saw. I don't really make mistakes, right? I don't think there's any mistakes in there, but that is not reality, right? I keep those mistakes out when I'm doing really very beginner stuff because you just don't need to see the mistakes. So likely you will see mistakes in this one. I might not be able to find something, or I might click the wrong thing, or who knows what, right? This is so normal. I've been using technology since there was like little story. When I was a teenager, there were no computers, right? I mean, computers existed, but we couldn't afford one. And I think I've told this story before, but I think it's kind of funny. I made myself a cardboard computer, and then I went into my closet, my tiny little closet. I pretended I was a teenager, guys. I pretended that I had a computer and I was working on it. I swear, I was so so before I had it, and then I got a programmable calculator, and then I got a Commodore 64, and then when I went to college here in Ann Arbor, I finally got to use a computer because University of Michigan had a whole lab full of Macs, which is why I'm still to this day a Mac girl. But the point is that I have been using technology ever since I even had access to anything for real. And I always make mistakes. I always get lost, but I always figure it out because I just don't give up. And that's what I want you to do too. All right. So let's switch on over to my screen. So you should see my Canva screen. This is the same one that you saw. I'm logged into the same account, the same Canva free account. I will show you Canva Pro too, because I have that in my app. So I can actually show you both, but we'll do that at the end. So what I want to do right now is show you a mug wrap, okay? So as I showed you in our first project, the easiest way is all these buttons, seriously, too many buttons. I like to start here, okay? So we're gonna just type in, I'm gonna bring out my keyboard so I can get to that a little easier. I'm gonna type in mug. And this is what I get. I'm gonna go ahead and press return. And I get a whole bunch of things those are very cute, but that's not really what we need as crafters, right? These are things that, I don't know, we might use them on a mug. Maybe we would, I don't even know, the pictures of mugs. It's not helpful, right? This is confusing, in my opinion. When we make a mug wrap, we want it to go around our mug, right? So let's try searching a little deeper. So I'm going to search on mug wrap. And when I do that, okay, this looks a lot better, right? So now we've got the wide version that wraps around the mug, right? So here's our mug right here. Let's see if I can get that for you. I am learning how to use my foot pedals. So here is our mug. So the design goes all the way around here like this. So we need it to be long, right? So these that we found here, those are pretty good, but like it's not a template. It's someone else's designs. We could definitely start with those. If you see something you like, there's no reason why you can't start with another design and modify it. I think a lot of people do that, right? I probably am one of those people. But there's so many blank templates in Canva too. Sometimes you just have to poke around a little, be a little bit more patient and find it. So I found it under Wrap Around Mug. There we go. So did I get that right? Oh, nope, it didn't work. There it is. See, it's like there's so much stuff here. It really can be confusing. Learning to find just the things you want and that launch pad with the templates will really simplify things when you're learning. So it's actually right here, right? So even though it says here, it couldn't find anything, it is right here. And every time you see like this little graphic of like a scene, that means it's a template that we can use. So let's click on that. Now we have wraparound mug templates and including a blank one right here, right? So this will create a new design for us in the right shape for a wraparound mug. So let's click on that. See, isn't that cool? Now, if you don't want to worry about that, remember I have over on the launch pad right here. Remember, I have right here, I have made some templates for you. So we're over here. The 12-ounce Cricut mug specifically and the 15-ounce Cricut mug, I made the exact shape for you. So you can just click on those, right? And you can even click on the actual designs I've made. So I'm just sharing these with you. If you want, I'll just click on this one now. What you'll see is a template was shared, and I'll just click Use Template. And it'll open up a copy. So if you change this, nothing bad will happen. You can do whatever you want to it. But this is what we're going to design from scratch, more or less. We'll see. It won't actually look quite like this, right? Because we're doing it on our own. So let's go back to our untitled design. This is our wraparound mug. All right, so I made myself a little note here because, you know, we're just doing this live. All right, so we need a background image. It could be white. It can really be whatever you want. But I want to make that really cool lined mug because I think it's so cute. I've seen people make these like for school and they put like the name, my name is whatever. I decided to do stickers, but this is what I want. This was my idea, right? So we need to find a background. The cool thing about Canva Free is that it's got so many designs. And we are going to talk about licensing and copyright later, so don't worry about that right now. So I'm going to click on elements over here on the left, and we want graphics, or do we want photos, right? Let's just try searching for lined paper and see what happens. So we get graphics and we get photos. And I want you to notice this because if you just go into graphics or just go into photos, you're actually limiting your choices. So you want to do a search a little higher up so that you can find more options because you can use either. You can use graphics or you can use photos. You really can. So, and then we'll come to my next challenge here, which is I'll design something and I come back a week later, a month later, a year later, I cannot find the thing I used. I struggle with this a lot because there's so many choices. Like I don't see that lined paper that I had before, right? So many. Of course, there's many very cute ones in here that we could use, absolutely. But if I want to recreate something, I want to use that thing. So let me give you a tip on how you can save your favorite things. And let's go back to that copy here. So here it is. And it's sort of a yellow color. And that's important because it's going on to a white mug. If it was white, you might kind of just see a bunch of lines. So we wanted it to, I really wanted it to be a little off white, right? So I want this one. I want this exact one that I found before. So if you have someone's used it before or something, you can come up here to this little eye right here and click on it, and it tells you and it tells you what it's called, so you can just search for that. Who made it? It tells you its status, that's free, a bunch of other things, but it also, you have an option to star it. So starring something is like favoriting something. I'm going to undo this so you can see what it looks like because I have started already. So let's go back. There we go. So right here, it says star. So if you click that, it will star it for you, and then you can return to it whenever you want. So you're not searching the hundreds, millions of files that are in Canva. Okay, so to find your starred items, you go to projects over here on the left. Make sure you can see that. I'll try to keep an eye out if my photo is covering up anything. In fact, I'll just try to make it smaller right now. We don't need me to be quite so big. There we go. All right, so over here on the left where it says projects, we click on that. And this is where your designs are being saved for you. I saw someone asked earlier if you can save designs on Canva free, and 100%. This would be no good for us if we couldn't save our designs. So everything that we're doing is being saved here. And if you scroll down, you'll see a section. Let me make my photo a little smaller. I don't want, there we go. A section called starred right here. If you click on that, all of the things that you starred show up here. So it's really useful. Use this feature when you find something you like. Remove things and all that, but there's just so many options in Canva. All right, so let's go back to our untitled design, and we're going to click on starred, and we're going to put in this lined paper. All right, so here it is, a lot smaller, and I want you to notice a completely different size, right? Not just size, but the proportions are different from what we saw in the original, which is right here. Like, it's all like long, right? It doesn't look anything like that one. So that's another tip I want to share with you. So let's come back here. Now, first, you already know how to resize things, right? You just grab the corner, you click, and you drag down. Let's drag it all the way down so it looks like it's, you know, kind of falling off the mug, whatever, right? So, and it can do that. It can be, you know, partially off the canvas like this. But I don't personally know of any way, nor do I think anyone else knows of a way. That means I think it's not possible to change the proportions and stretch this. I can make it proportionately bigger, absolutely, but I can't like just stretch the paper. And honestly, you wouldn't want to anyways, because these circles would become ovals, and that's not what lined paper looks like. But I have a tip for you on what you can do when you just have to have this thing, but you need it to be the way you want it to be. So first you want to duplicate it right here. So now you have two. We can drag it over here, and we can go to position right here and go send it to the back. Not bad, right? Not bad, but we still have this weird, you know, line here. We don't want that. So we really want these two to be seamless, right? So we need to do some cropping. So I'm going to crop this image here on the right. Cropping is right here. Click on that. And then once you have that, you can change, I'm going to scroll down a little bit here. You can change the top, bottom, sides, whatever. You just kind of click and hold and drag it in. There we go. So now if I click anywhere else other than the image, you'll see I have cropped it. Awesome. Still not quite right. Let's bring it over so it matches up with the other one. And now let's bring it back to the front. Awesome. I love tricks like this. So now we have essentially made a nice long paper. Now this is one specific use case for this design, but I wanted to show you this because even if you can't stretch something, and you wouldn't want to anyways, There's so much you can do when you resize things and change the position and crop, right? So now let's group these two things here. And I'm just going to make it a little wider so it fills our mug wrap. Right. So we're not, on a mug, we're not going to try for a seamless. That's a little nuts. It's got a handle. If your mug doesn't have a handle, go for it. Try for seamless, but it is possible to sublimate under here, but it's not worth it. You're happy to do it if you want to, if you really want to, but like it's tricky. We'll just put it that way. So we're not going to do that today. We're just going to wrap it around from one edge to the other. All right, so we have our background. Very cool. And we've learned how to star and favorite things and how to crop things. Let's add our stickers. Now, I've already got some stickers saved, but remember, you go to Elements and you can just type in stickers. Now, I want graphics that are stickers. I don't want actual stickers. So we want graphic stickers, right? So maybe motivational stickers, because those are all just kind of boring. Motivational stickers. I mean, they're not boring. They're just not what I want. There we go. Lots of cute things here. Many of them are pro, sure, but if you keep looking, you'll find ones that aren't. Let's see. I don't remember if this is how I found things. I can't remember. Here's one that's not, but that's an actual sticker. Here, this one's free. Let's see, what else do we have? Enjoy the moment. All sorts of cool things here. And you could just have fun and put whatever you wanted on here. You can do it, right? Whatever. It's fun. This is the fun part of designing in Canva. It has so many cool graphics that we can use for our designs, and you can really, really just play with it and have fun. Let's go ahead and delete these things though, because we're recreating something. So I'm going to go back to Starred, and I'm going to put in these stickers. And I'll kind of put them in the way that they were in before. I think this one was over here. I attempted to sort of arrange them in a manner that seemed to make sense color-wise. All right, too many colors can be tricky, right? It's a lot to look at. It can be overwhelming. So sticking to a color palette is always a good idea in design. And then you are golden right here. So there we go. We got cute stickers, and we can rotate them, right? So just click on it, and then we use that little rotate handle on the bottom, however you want. Just have fun, right? If they're supposed to be stickers, they're probably not on straight. Your choice. All right. So this is awesome, but I'll tell you the one thing that's missing here is that these stickers are, yes, they're flat, but they still have dimension. And like my stickers tend to like lift up anyway. So I really think for design purposes, we should have some kind of drop shadow on them. Just a little bit. It doesn't have to be that much. And one of the, Canva can do a lot of things. There's things it can't do, however, so we should talk about that. There's no pen tool. You're not going to be able to draw your own images. If you want to do that, you'll want to use something like Procreate, Illustrator, Photoshop. Lots of options for that. Another thing that it doesn't do great at is things like drop shadows. There are some options for photos, but when it comes to things like graphics, there's just nothing very good, right? So I want to show you a trick for making faux drop shadows so that you can still have them in your designs, because I think that they really can add a cool element to things. So we'll do it with this one right here. You are golden. So first we want to duplicate it. I'm going to click that duplicate button right there. And I'm going to zoom in a little bit more so we can really see what I'm doing here. All right. So I have a copy of it. Okay. And I want you to know that I can actually change all the colors on this. This is a layered graphic. So I can click on yellow and I can say, no, we're going to make it gray. And I can click on this and I can change everything to gray. So that's one of the cool things about this, is that you can change the colors if you want. So not all graphics will be able to do that, only the layered ones. But if you see these colors up here like this, then that's your hint that that's a layered graphic that you can play with. All right, so now I have a gray outline of my sticker, okay? So now let's change the transparency of it. Transparency is right up here at the top. Looks like a sort of gradient, and it's getting lighter on one side. But click on that and we can change the transparency of it. You see what I'm doing, right? So let's just a little hint of a drop shadow right there, 30%. And then we can go to position and we can do backward. And you can see there that it has indeed moved to the back, and then we can position it as if it's a little shadow on the sticker. Isn't that cool? Now, there are some shadows in the elements that if you want to use instead, you could. So if we click on elements and click on shadows, like there's these shadows here that you can add to things, right? So if your shape is something normal, not unusual, you could say click this one, and now there's a shadow here. And I can move this over to the circle one, something like that. And then I can do position backward. And see, now there is a little shadow there. So that's another way of doing it. So we could do that with all of them. But isn't that awesome? So there's little tricks. So Canva may not be able to do all the things, and this is free. It's amazing to me that we can do what we can do at all. But if you need to, there's usually a way to do it. That's what the important tip that I really want you to get from our workshop is that it is possible to do a lot of things. Maybe you're not going to be using a pen to draw out something. That's a different program. And I do teach Illustrator and Inkscape, which would be using a pen, but you can do a lot in Canva. It's pretty neat. All right. So let me show you a few other tips that I think you might find useful. Let's go and look at our sticker again, this blue sticker here. And let's say I've decided that this shadow is a little bit too large. Maybe I just want it to be a hint, I don't know. So I want you to know that on your keyboard, you can, if you're on Mac, you hold down the Option key. If you are on Windows, you'd hold down the Alt key. I'm going to hold down my Option key. And if you do that, and when you resize it, it changes it from the center, right? So instead of having to like find it and futz with it and get it into position, you can just do it like this. Do you see how it's changing in place? If I take my finger off of the Option key and do it instead, look what happens. So it just drags it from the corner, right? So just a little tip if you're finding it tricky to, get just that way you want, you can use the Alt on Windows or Option on the Mac. All right. Also, if you're finding it tricky to move things, remember to use your arrow keys on your keyboard. So I can move this. Let's actually get something a little bigger. Let's click on this. I can use my arrows to move it in just tiny increments, right? So I'm just holding down my arrow key right now. And if I just need to nudge something a little bit, if I hold down my Shift key, I can move it a lot more. Okay, so if you're finding it hard, I know many people struggle with moving things on the screen and getting it just into the right position. So that can be helpful, right? Having that control. All right, and I know someone will ask me about curving text, so let's go over how to do that because you totally can. It's not in this design, but I want you to know that you can. Let's say I just want to put something up here. We click on text, click on that purple add a text box. It's the easiest way. And I'll type in Alexa, my daughter's name. No, that's like in the wrong spot. Let's move that up and make it nice and big. Remember that trick I taught you? So there, we put it right there. Okay, so to curve it, we go to Effects right here at the top. Effects do all sorts of cool things. You can add all kinds of so here's a drop shadow for text. It just doesn't work for graphics. Lots of neat things. Have fun, play with it if you want to. But right down here is curve. So if we click on that, we can curve our text inward, or see how that's curving a little bit more because you can't really quite see it there. See how it's that circle? It's using that circle to curve. So you can get the curve that you want. Let's go all the way. There we go. There. Cute. All right. Multiple pages. Now this is a good one. So let's say we want to do another one. Let's say I want to make another one of these, and I want to make it for, I don't know, someone else. Let's click on duplicate page. It makes a copy of it for us. And I can just say, I don't know, let's make one for Allie. There we go. Allie is my stepdaughter, so she's an adult. I don't talk about her much because she's an adult, but Allie, and I can put her name right up here, right? So really easy. Now I've got 2 pages though. Now I mentioned earlier that I think PDFs are easier when you have multiple pages. But what if you just want them to be PNGs? Because that's what works best for you. We're going to talk about that in our next lessons. Don't worry about which one is right for you right now. You will learn. If I were to just download them now, they'll be like page 1 and page 2. That's not useful. So what you can do is click right here where it says add page title and type Alexa's mug. Let's just keep that. Let's do Alexa mug. I tend not to like to put too much punctuation in file names because that's what these are. These are going to be the file names. And then we can do Allie mug. And now when we go up to share, download, I got to move my little window here, sorry. And we look at pages. I want you to note that they have the names in them. And when we download them, they will have the name in the file name instead of page 1 and page 2, which is not helpful, right? So name your pages so that if you have multiples, you are getting the right file name. Remember, of course, up here, if we change this to mug wraps, that's what it will be called if we were to download it as like a PDF with multiples. And something else I think is really useful is the notes feature. So you can see it right down here. I'm going to click on that. There we go. So you can put your own notes in here to help you remember, right? So I can say wrap that fits a 12-ounce Cricut mug or whatever, right? And so that you know what you use this for. You can keep notes on all of your projects, whatever you think you need to remember. And in fact, if you look at my templates, so here is let's go back to our launch pad. Let's open up this one for the 20-ounce skinny tumbler. Use template. It'll always be blank when I make the template like that because there's I put notes in here for you. So I'm telling you what size I used, its dimensions, it's for seamless, all that stuff, right? Oh, and our rulers aren't on. Let's go turn on our rulers. I heard someone ask earlier. Remember, I didn't teach this in the second lesson, but it's okay. Right here. So you just go to File, View Settings, Show Rulers and Guides. So if you've got your guides and rulers on, you'll see all of these. I actually put the guides for your views on your panels like I taught you in lesson 3. And notes about all, just notes. Notes are so useful. Keep notes, everybody. All right. And then I also want everyone to know that there's help right in Canva if you get stuck, because Canva has so many features, right? And while I'm teaching you how to design for sublimation and print and cut, you may decide that you want a logo or you want something else, right? So how do you do that? So I want you to go to Learn right here at the top and go to Design School. And there's tons of videos in here. It's funny, I was telling my daughter about our workshop. My daughter is 18, but I think hopefully that will explain most of what I'm about to tell you. And she just gives me this look and she's like, Mom, you know that there's there's videos right in Canva. I'm like, I know, but I want to teach a specific thing. So there's tons of videos right in Canva. There's courses, tutorials, whatever you want to learn. They've done a great job of creating videos for them. Okay, so now let me switch over to my app, my Canva app, which I do have installed, because in this one I have Pro. Okay, and I want to show you a few Pro things for my Pro users. I will talk about the advantages of free versus Pro later on, but just a few tips and tricks for Pro users and those of you who are thinking about Pro. Okay, so first of all, you could upload fonts, but it's not super obvious in my opinion. So let me show you where to do it. You go to Text, and you see this Untitled Brand Kit. You want to click on that. And you can add your fonts to it. right? So maybe there's some other place, but this is how and you can see I have these are my fonts here that I use in all of my stuff. You've probably seen these before. Pure Sans and Money Penny is what they're called. So I uploaded these. And so you'll see them in our graphics because we use Canva for some of our graphics, not all, but certainly for some of them. So that's where you would upload your fonts. And I have my projects here. So that's not my projects. Here we go, my designs. So you can see all sorts of things that have been made during my time on Canva. There's actually quite a few things that I've made. So they're all stored here. This goes back years too. I love that about it. I really can hold on to things for a long time. I'm signed into the right account. It's all saved in the cloud, and I love that. Okay, another thing that you can do with the Pro account is resize things. So let's go find, I have many things I've just played with here. Let's look at something. Do we have anything more recent? Let's do this one right here. Okay, so this is actually a cool thing. I'm going to show you how to recreate this, in fact. Let's say I wanted to resize this for something else. Like, so when you're on Canva free, right? Let me go back there so that you can see this again. So here we go. Back to our, whatever, this is fine. So if we go to resize, this is an option for Pro, right? But when we're in Pro, and I'm going back to my app, that's how I can be in two accounts at the same time. I still see that crown, but it's now white. That means it's a Pro feature to remind me, but I have access to it because I'm on this account, I'm a Pro member. So I can do resize here, and I can say, I want it to be, I don't know, we'll just pick something here, and I'll say, it'll copy it and resize it. And now it's like the other, whatever I needed it for. So you can change your canvas size is essentially. And that is really useful if you want to repurpose anything that you have and not have to recreate it or something like that. Now, let me show you another cool feature, and that is the background remover. That's how I created this little cookie here. Let's move this off to the side so you can see, we can just have that over there. That's fine. Okay, so let's go find a cookie. Or I think I actually uploaded this cookie now that I think about it. Let's go look at my uploads. I think that's where I found it. Just had some random cookie uploaded. There it is. All right, let's add it to the canvas. And I want you to see that it has a white background, right? So let's remove the background. To do this, we go to Edit Image, and it's right here. Again, a Pro feature, but nice, very nice. I think some people get Pro just for the background remover. It works quite well. And so there it is. It's removed it. See, isn't that neat? Super fast, really good. I think it's a really good background remover. And let's stick it on a plate. Let's go to Elements, search for plate. There's a plate. Let's put it in here. Ooh, it's a gold rim plate. That's fancy. And we'll resize that and position, send backward. There we go. That is a huge cookie. That looks delicious. And there we go. And see how it's cool. I love the background remover. And then we could even get that tablecloth there. I found it I think I just searched for tablecloth. Yep, it's right here, I think. Lots of options though. We could get fancier and put this one here. That's really classy. Canva is great for making mock-ups. If you want to sell your crafts, you can make really cool mock-ups. They even have a feature just for it. So position, send to back. There we go. Doesn't that look cute? Let's make that nice and big. Let's get rid of this one. We don't need that one there anymore. There. All right, so I want you to notice though that it doesn't look as, so this image in the back has drop shadows. This one doesn't. So let's fix that. Go to Edit Image, and there are drop shadows for some things like photos, just not graphics. So let's do a drop shadow. There we go. And we can even put one on the plate too, I think. Let's see. Nope, we can't put it on the plate. See, so that's where you'd want to use your other shadow, like the kind of the trick, the faux shadows, like this one would probably work fine. Put that there and position it over our plate. Use our key on our keyboard to get it to the right size so that it's perfectly centered. And then go to position, backward, one more time. There we go. Isn't that cool? Okay, and then of course on Pro, we have all of the extra fonts and photos and templates and everything like that. So we'll talk a little bit more about really what the difference between free and Pro is. But I want you, let's just go back and download our, saved. Our photo is saved. This one is all saved here. That's not the one we made. This is the one we made right here. So let's go ahead and download it. Remember, we go to share and we go to download right here. And we can save it as PNG, which will be perfect really because it'll save the PNG and either, it'll be named just like I mentioned. Remember, we can't change the size. If we're on free, we can on Pro, but you don't want to make it smaller, right? You need it to be large. It seems like a lot. If you go smaller, what you get is like, it'll look blurry when you go to print it out, right? It'll look pixelated. So it's important that it be large. Now, transparent background is not necessary for what we're doing at all with sublimation. Remember, if it's white, it'll just show the background of your mug or whatever you're putting it onto. So this is fine, and we want both of them, right? So we can go ahead and just do download. And it tells us that it's downloading, which is really cool. And there we go. So let's open it up, see it puts it into a folder. And there's Alexa mug, and there is Allie mug. Isn't that neat? So that's it. Like, we could have made that mug, honestly, in probably 30 seconds, that design. Canva is really good for fast designs, I think. You can just go in there and be like, there's so many options for graphics and fonts. You can just drag them all over, put them in places, download. That's it. It's one of the best things about Canva is that it's really quite easy to do that. You're not like, okay, where do I find this clip art? And where do I get this background? And you're like searching all over because it is all right there in Canva. And I love that about it. Okay, so hopefully that was a little overview of some of my personal favorite tips and tricks. Now I want to show you, you've downloaded PNGs and PDFs. And now you cannot print right from Canva. This is important to understand. A lot of people get confused, like, where's the print button? So I'm going to show you how you can print in a variety of ways and a variety of different software, right? So that I think there's like 6 different ways I'm about to show you. It will go pretty quick. It's not the most scintillating and exciting presentation. It's very technical. I tried to highlight everything. If you already know how to print, this is a perfect time to go get yourself a cup of tea. If you don't, and this is all new to you, you will likely want to revisit this video and slow it down and watch just the part. But this is an overview of the variety of different ways that you can print PNGs and PDFs specifically for sublimation and print then cut, right? We're not going to cover all the other ways. This is just for those 2 things. So let's play that video. How to print your Canva design. You have several ways to print your Canva designs, and I'll share several with you so you can find the solution that works best for you. Printing PNG designs from Cricut Design Space. If your PNG design is within Cricut's print then cut dimensions, which is currently 6.82 inches by 9.32 inches, you can print from Cricut Design Space. This is most useful when you also want to use the print then cut feature of your Cricut, available on Explorer and Maker machines. But you can also use it for sublimation designs in general. Here's how to do it. Open Cricut Design Space. If you're not familiar with your Cricut yet, go to my Cricut Kickoff mini course included with this workshop. Upload your Canva PNG file that you downloaded. Remember, your design is probably in your Downloads folder. Choose Complex as the image type. If this will be a sublimation print, do nothing and click Apply and Continue. If this will be a print then cut project, click on the white area at the edges of your design to remove it. Then click Apply and Continue. Select Print then Cut image as your upload type, then click Upload. Select the design from your uploads and click Add to Canvas. Resize the design to match the design's dimensions in Canva using the Resize handle in any corner or the fields up at the top. If this is a print then cut design, this is the perfect time to take a really good look at your design. What you see with color are going to be the outlines of what will be cut. If your design is all connected with continuous color, you're good to go. But if it's not connected, not touching, that could cause an issue. If you need to connect things so they're cut out together, click on Shapes over on the left, choose a shape that roughly matches your design, change the color to white, resize it to fit your design, and then choose Arrange, Send to Back, click Select All, and press Flatten. You may also be able to achieve some of this with the Offset tool. None of this is necessary with a sublimation print, however. When you're ready, click Make It. If this is a sublimation print, be sure to toggle Mirror On. If it is a print then cut print, do not toggle Mirror On, and then click Continue. Click Send to Printer. Be sure to turn off Add Bleed if this is a sublimation print, but keep Add Bleed on if this is a print then cut. And everyone should turn on System Dialog. In the dialog box, which may appear behind your Design Space window, make sure the correct printer and settings are set. Generally speaking, you want your media type to be something like presentation matte paper, and you want to be sure your quality is set to best. Also make sure that mirror or flip is off. You may need to turn these off if you're using a Sawgrass or Epson F170 sublimation printer, as they will mirror by default. Select any color profiles that you would like to use here too. If you're unclear on how to print from your sublimation printer, be sure to watch and complete my Sublimation Startup mini course included in this workshop. Now load your paper or your iron-on transfer paper into your printer the proper way. Check your packaging to know which way to do that, and then click Print. If this is a sublimation print, just cut or tear the black registration marks off. If this is a print then cut print, place the print on your machine mat and follow the instructions for print then cut, which I do show you in the next lesson. Print PNG designs from Windows Paint. Locate your PNG design in your Downloads folder and right-click on it and choose Open with Paint. Go to File and choose Print. In the dialog box, make sure the correct printer and settings are set. Be sure to match your media type, often something like presentation matte, and be sure to select best or high quality. Also make sure that mirror or flip horizontal is turned on. Only one or the other, not both. Select any color profiles that you would like to use here too. If you're unclear on how to print from your sublimation printer, be sure to complete my Sublimation Startup mini course included in this workshop. And then load your paper into your printer in the proper way, check your packaging if you're unsure, and then click Print. Print PNG designs from Mac Preview. Locate your PNG design in your Downloads folder and right-click on it and choose Open with Preview. Go to the File menu and choose Print. In the dialog box, make sure the correct printer and settings are set. You'll want to choose the right paper and make sure your quality is set to best. Also make sure that mirror or flip horizontal is on, only one or the other, not both, and then select any color profiles that you like to use here too. If you're unclear on how to print from your sublimation printer, be sure to complete my Sublimation Startup mini course included with this workshop. Be sure to load your paper into your printer the proper way based on the instructions on your packaging, and then click Print. Print PNG designs from Google Docs. Go to Google Docs at google.com/docs in the Google Chrome web browser on your computer. And while you can use the Google Docs app on a mobile device, just be aware that you won't be able to install or access any printer profiles from a mobile device. So I think this method is best from a computer. Click on Blank to open a new document. Go to the File menu and select Page Setup. Change your margins to 0 and change your paper size to match your sublimation paper size. Go to the Insert menu, select Image, and select Upload from Computer. Find the sublimation design that you want to use. It's probably in your Downloads folder, and click Open. The image will appear and fill your page. It will not necessarily come in at the size that you originally designed it, however. So resize your image to fit what you designed for in Canva. Give your document a name so you can find it later. You don't have to worry about saving, as it saves itself as you go. Go to the File menu and choose Print. Select your printer under Destination and click the arrow beside More Settings and click on Print Using System dialog. In the dialog box, make sure the correct printer and settings are set. You want to choose the right paper, often presentation matte or something like that. And you also want your quality to be on best. Also make sure that mirror or flip horizontal is on, only one or the other, not both. Select any color profiles that you like to use here too. If you're unclear on how to print from your sublimation printer, be sure to complete my Sublimation Startup mini course included in this workshop. And then load your paper into your printer the proper way, and then click Print. Print PDF designs from Windows or Mac. Locate your Canva PDF design in your Downloads folder and double-click it to open it. Now go to the 3 dots in the upper right corner and choose Print. In the dialog box, make sure you have the correct printer and settings all set. Match up your paper and be sure to select Best or High Quality. You'll also want to make sure that Mirror or Flip Horizontal is on, only one or the other, not both. Select any color profiles that you like to use here as well. If you're not sure how to do this, be sure to check Sublimation Startup and go through that process to learn how to use your sublimation printer. And then load your paper into your printer and click Print. Print PDF designs from Adobe Acrobat Reader. If your PDF prints don't quite look the way that you expect in the previous process, you can download Adobe Acrobat Reader from get.adobe.com/reader. It's totally free, and print your PDF from there instead. So open up Adobe Reader and go to the File menu and choose Open, and locate your PDF print in your Downloads folder. Once the PDF is open, go to the File menu and choose Print. In the dialog box, make sure you have the right printer selected and all your settings are also correct. You'll want to be sure to choose the right paper, such as Presentation Matte, and be sure to select Best or High Quality. You also want to make sure that Mirror or Flip Horizontal is turned on, only one or the other, not both, and select any color profiles that you like to use here. If you're unclear on how to print from your sublimation printer, be sure to watch my Sublimation Startup mini course included with this workshop. And then load your paper into your printer the proper way, check your packaging, and then click Print. And there are actually other ways to print too. If you have a Sawgrass printer, you can print from its software. That's all detailed in Sublimation Startup. You can print from almost any program. In fact, you might want to use Photoshop or Illustrator or Corel Draw. There's so many options, so many options. So each one is a little different,
right? Your dialog box may always look a little different than mine. We have different printers, different settings. The Sublimation Startup Mini Course will help you a lot to understand your sublimation printer and what options work best for you.
So I know that was a lot of technical stuff, but I couldn't have this workshop and not explain the technical part of how to print it. So I really intend that everyone will just watch that later when you are like, okay, I made an awesome design. How do I download it? All right, so our next lesson is how to actually take those prints and turn them into things like this. So we're going to do the shirt first, and then we're going to do, and that's print and cut. So this is made on iron-on transfer, printed on my inkjet printer, right? So this workshop is for anyone. You really just need to have a printer, inkjet or sublimation. You can do this either way. Not all the projects are right for sublimation or right for print and cut. Everyone is a little different, but this shirt can be done with print and cut or sublimation. So we're going to do that one first, and it will involve the crickets since we're doing print and cut on an iron-on transfer, like a printable vinyl, like a printable heat transfer vinyl. That's what it is. It's not called that, but it's like that. And then we're going to press the design onto the tumbler, and I'm going to show you how to do it seamlessly, because there's taping involved. And then we're going to make the mug, which is really easy, and we're going to use the Cricut mug press. So you'll see all the things I use. Whenever there's other ways to do it, I will be sure to let you know. And I think that we're ready to watch that. So this workshop is intended to be about design. And I could have just showed you how to design and said, good luck printing and pressing. But you all know that is not how I work, and I believe in project-based learning. So you may not want to make these projects, but I'm hoping you'll want to make something like it or your own design or something. And this will show you exactly how to get from the design and the print to a physical, actual craft. It's very important. All right, let's play that one.
How to use your Canva designs. Now let me show you how to use the designs that we made and printed. Let's start with the sunshine and hurricane design, which I designed for print and cut. Now I've already printed this design through Cricut Design Space. I printed it on iron-on transfer paper for colored fabrics with mirror off. Revisit the previous lesson if you need any help printing your design from Cricut. It's time now to cut it on our Cricut machines and apply it to our shirt. Place the printed sheet on your machine mat in the upper left corner and press it down well to adhere it. Be sure you put your print on in the same orientation as is shown on your Cricut Design Space screen. If you put it on upside down, it will not cut out right. Choose your material setting in Cricut Design Space to match your material. I use the printable iron-on dark material setting with more pressure. Load the machine mat into your Cricut. Make sure your fine point blade is clean and in the right clamp, and press the flashing button to begin cutting. Once the cut is finished, flip your mat over onto your work surface and peel the paper away from the mat. You should be left with just your design cut along the edges. If your design was not connected and it cut into a bunch of small parts, revisit the previous lesson to learn how to add a white shape behind your design to connect it before printing. Remove the backing from your printed transfer. Now get your t-shirt or whatever you're planning to put this transfer onto and place it on a pressing mat or a folded towel. Turn on your iron or heat press and set it to the proper temperature and time for your project. The directions for your iron-on transfer will tell you what time and temperature to use. I used my Cricut Easy Press 2 set to 375 degrees Fahrenheit for 90 seconds. Lint roll your shirt to remove any debris and preheat your shirt for 10 seconds to remove any moisture. Place your iron-on transfer decal on your shirt about 2 to 2.5 inches down from the collar seam. I have t-shirt alignment rulers at JenniferMaker.com/t-shirt rulers if you'd like to use them. Check that your decal looks centered and straight, then cover with a piece of butcher paper, parchment paper, or a Teflon sheet. Press the decal. Again, I pressed for 90 seconds at 375 degrees Fahrenheit with my Easy Press. Remove the protective sheet and admire your beautiful shirt. You can learn more about making and caring for print then cut designs at JenniferMaker.com/print-cut-cricut-transfer t-shirts. Sublimation Seamless Tumbler. Now I've already printed this design onto sublimation paper with sublimation ink as explained in our previous lesson. Note that mirror was turned on so the image appears in a mirror image. And also note that the design looks faded from what we saw in Canva. This is totally normal as sublimation ink needs to be heated to activate to its true colors. First, we need to trim the paper to fit the tumbler. Place the print face up on your work surface so the correct edge is at the top. Grab a paper trimmer, which is the best way to get perfectly straight cuts. Trim the top and bottom edges of the design right on the edge of the ink. Try not to leave any white showing. Trim the right edge in the same way, making sure there's no white edge at all. The left edge is where we'll create the overlap to blend the seam as much as possible. Trim that edge so there is about a 1/4 inch strip of white left next to your design. Now get your heat-resistant tape and cut a few pieces that you can easily pick up. You'll need them soon and it's better to have them ready. Place a blank tumbler on your work surface. I'm using a Hippo 20-ounce skinny tumbler, and you want the open edge at the top. You may also want to clean off the surface with a lint roller. Make sure the print is correctly oriented, especially since it has writing, and wrap it around the tumbler so the ink touches the surface. Hold the wrapped print in place and gently tap the tumbler on the table from the bottom and top. This will help it straighten out. Where the edges overlap, put the side with the white showing on the outside of the layers. Our next goal is to secure the print to the tumbler as tightly as possible. If there are any gaps between the surface and design, you might get white spots or other defects in the final result. I used the taping method that's detailed at JenniferMaker.com/sublimation tumblers if you need more detailed taping directions. The goal is to tape all edges so the print stays tight against the tumbler at all times. So the seam, the bottom, and the top edge all get taped. Once it's all taped, wrap the tumbler with a piece of white butcher paper to protect it. Heat your sublimation print on your tumbler. You can heat it in a variety of ways, all of which are detailed at JenniferMaker.com/sublimation tumbler. I'm going to use my tumbler press for this one, and I set it to 350 degrees Fahrenheit for 50 seconds. Place the tumbler in the heat press, making sure the seam is to the side, and pull the press's handle to close it. When the 50 seconds are up, open the press and rotate the tumbler 180 degrees, wearing heat-resistant gloves, of course, and then close the tumbler for another 50 seconds. When the press is done, remove the tumbler and place it on a heat pad or other heat-resistant surface to cool it. When it's all cooled, unwrap and enjoy your beautiful tumbler. You can learn more about making and caring for sublimation tumblers at JenniferMaker.com/sublimation tumbler. Now let's make a sublimation mug. I've already printed this design onto sublimation paper with sublimation ink as explained in our previous lesson. Note that mirror was turned on so the image appears as a mirror image. And also note that the design looks faded from what we saw in Canva. First, we need to trim the paper to fit the mug. Just cut off the white edges. Now place a blank mug on your work surface. I'm using a Cricut 12-ounce mug. You want the open edge of the mug at the top. You may also want to clean off the surface with a lint roller. Make sure the print is correctly oriented, especially since it has some writing on it, and wrap it around the mug so the ink touches the surface. Gently tap the mug on your work surface to make sure the print is straight, and then tape it tightly to your mug under the handle. Be sure to tape all along each edge to be sure it's nice and tight against your mug. The goal is to tape all edges so the print stays tight against the mug at all times. Once it's all taped, wrap the mug with a piece of white butcher paper to protect it. Do not use wax paper or any other coated paper. Heat your sublimation print on your mug. You can heat it in a variety of ways, all of which are detailed at JenniferMaker.com/bestmugheatpress, Cricut versus traditional. I'm going to use my Cricut mug press. So I just turn on the mug press to get it heated up, and it'll beep when it's ready. Place the mug in the mug press, making sure it's all the way down, and then push the handle down to close it, and it will begin the heating process automatically. When the mug press beeps, open the press and remove the mug by the handle, which will still be cool. Place the mug on a heat-resistant surface and wait for it to cool down. Unwrap and enjoy your beautiful mug. You can learn more about making and caring for sublimation mugs at JenniferMaker.com/Cricut Mug Press Ultimate Guide. I hope that you enjoyed creating these designs and making these beautiful projects. Now that you know how to do this, you can make projects for pretty much anything you can think of. It doesn't have to be a shirt, a tumbler, or a mug. I just used those because I thought you would like to see how those are specifically made. Have fun making your awesome projects, and please share your photos with me. I love to see what you make.
Isn't that fun? All right, now I think it's a great time to talk about Canva Free versus Pro. I've seen many questions in our chat about this, and I gave you a little look, but I'm happy to even look at it further. But let's just talk about the basic differences. So Pro has some really cool features like the ability to upload fonts, the ability to resize things. They even have a magic resize feature, which I think is pretty cool. I didn't demonstrate that, but and there's the background remover. There's that huge library of stuff. There's more. I am not here to sell you on Canva Pro, so don't think that. I think I used Canva Free for a long time, and the truth is, I actually have several accounts on Canva, as you saw, and I tend to forget which account I'm in, and I'll log into the free one, and I just make my stuff there. I don't even care because I can do so much in free. What I personally use Canva Pro for is my fonts, right? So I have specific fonts I like to use. If I want those fonts, I need Canva Pro. And I love their background remover. It's really useful when it's better than what I can do, say in Photoshop, right? I use many tools. So I love their background remover. I love the ability to resize something I've already created faster. Those are my big reasons. There's a lot of features that are available in Pro. If you don't need them, you don't need to get it. Now they have that free trial, so you can get that and decide if you like it or not. I put the links for both free and Pro right into the workshop if you want to go there. They are affiliate links. You don't have to use them, but you can. An affiliate link just means that we get a small commission if you do decide to sign up for Pro. But that is not my goal here or anything like that. So do it if you want to or not. But let's actually just go to the page and look at the features together. And depending on when you're watching this video, it's possible they might have changed a bit. But I think that we should just let Canva tell us what the differences between free and Pro are. So I'm going to switch over to my Canva, my web page. Let's see if I can get this to come up. There we go. So let's go back to home. And this is my free account, yes. So if you want, if you followed my directions and didn't get the free trial, but you want it, you can click on Try Canva Pro here. And it lets you start your free trial here, just so that you know. But let's look at the plans, right? Because we really need to do our research before we commit to using Canva Pro. All right, so let's look at, I know there's a comparison here. Here he is, compare pricing right here. Okay, so Canva free, let me move my little window here. It has just, and also of course, just that's really clear, everything that's in free is in Pro too. And I'm going to even scroll up so we're not even staring at this prices, because that's just scary. All right, so free has 250,000 free templates, 100 fonts, 100 plus fonts. There's a lot of fonts. 1 million free photos and graphics. We'll talk about what that free means. The ability to invite others to design and work with them. A wide range of printable products, as we saw. You even get 5 gigabytes of storage space in the cloud, which is really quite a bit. That's really amazing. I think that is more than most people ever need. And I want to, if you are excited about Canva, I want you to use it first before you decide if Pro is right for you. Okay, always use it. Don't just sign up for it. All right, so if you want to consider Pro, what happens is that you get more photos and graphics and a bunch of other stuff you might not need, like videos and audio. I don't use those things. I make video, but I don't use Canvas. They didn't have it in the meeting, so I'm not like used to it. A lot more templates, a lot more fonts, like tons of fonts. The ability to upload your own fonts, of course. There's organizational features. There's the resizing feature, the image background. I should move my cursor here. Stuff that you might not need at all. So when Canva started, it really positioned itself as a solution for small businesses. And I think it still does, but a lot of people use it who never have a small business either. So there are some business features in there also, like the ability to schedule social media content, which you don't need if you don't have a business. A whole lot more cloud storage, 1 terabyte, and they have better elevated customer support. So those are the things. They even have a plan called the Teams thing, which I do have, because some of my team members use Canva. So that's a whole other thing. Most of you probably don't need that, but I actually have all 3 levels of the Canva membership on various accounts. And I really, really want you to use Canva for a while. Play with it. Make things with it. See if it actually meets your needs. I'm never, ever one to say, just go sign up for something ever. It's important that what you get has good value to you always. So, but I like it. Like I said, I used Canva free for quite a while, and I'm upgraded to Pro when I really needed my own fonts. I think that was the thing that got me to upgrade. Now, let's talk about the whole free thing. Okay, so one of the things that's always, like, I always question this, because they have, what was it? 1 million free photos and graphics. Like, how can that be free? 1 million, when normally you would have to buy these things. How is this possible? So they're part of Canva, and when they say free, they're free for you to use. So I'm actually going to go, I'm not a lawyer. I can't speak for Canva's licensing and copyright. So we're going to go to their page and actually look at what they say. And if you're watching this video after it's being premiered, so this is February 2023, be sure to go to Canva and look at their licensing, because it might change over time. So let's go back to the web page, and we're going to, I have it up over, I opened it up. Here we go. Content licenses and using Canva for commercial purposes, because this is what everyone wants to know. Can I make something and can I sell it? So I want you to focus on this part here, what's allowed right here. This is the part that matters. So you are allowed to sell your design on merchandise. So what that means, just so that's super clear. So I use the Canva elements to make this design. That's their rainbow, their fonts. Can I sell this shirt? I totally can sell it. I've got permission to sell it. Same for this and all the cute little stickers. Can I sell this mug at a craft fair or on Etsy? I can sell this mug. So we have permission to do that. All right, next is we can design and sell templates with free and pro elements shared as Canva template links. I shared templates with you. I'm not selling them, but I shared them with you. That is allowed. I can do that. It can have free things in it, and it can have pro things in it. Now, of course, if someone is not a Canva Pro user and they open up a template with pro elements in it, they'll get the watermark and they won't be able to print it, right? But they can choose to upgrade if they want. So you can design and sell templates. You can design and sell templates with free elements only, shared as PDFs, JPEGs, and PNGs. So I have done this before. So I have created something that's got that I then save as a PDF. And I don't think I've ever sold them, but I've definitely shared them, right? But I could have sold them. I know many other content creators who do that. I can create designs for clients, like, other people. So even though that other person might not be a Canva user, I can create a design for them. And what I can't do, and this is important to understand, is I cannot resell Canva templates or stock elements as is. Okay, so if we go into Canva, let's go back to, here we go. Okay, so these stickers here are adorably cute, right? What if you wanted to just, let's say, technically, we could delete, I just used that. We can delete all of this. And if you're a pro member, you can save it with a transparent background. And then you've got all of these graphics like on their own little transparent background. And you can open that up. You can just or have one on here. Let's just make it, let's say we want to get rid of all of this here. And we just want to this one graphic right here. We think it's super cute. We want to sell it at Etsy. So we're going to download just this with no background. It's perfect, transparent, super cute. Can you do that? You cannot do that. This is their graphic. So you can't sell this is theirs, their design or someone else's. Often these designs are made by other small businesses. And with the pro ones, I think they even can sometimes earn money when you use them with Canva Pro. So you can't take this image and share it or sell it as just the digital image, like create a library on Etsy or design bundles or something like that. So that's important to understand. So this page tells you everything about what you can and can't do. I highly recommend you read this to understand truly how this works and how they can have this giant library of images and offer it to us for free. So it's all spelled out on that page. So definitely read that if you have any concerns. They will explain it better than me, but the easiest way to think about this is that you can use their stuff to create crafts and sell your crafts. Where you need to really be cautious of is if it's digital and you're selling the graphic that they created, right? That's theirs and you can't sell that. And I think that brings us to the end of the content for our workshop. And it's now time for questions. I've been seeing so many questions and it's hard. I can't type in the chat back to you. So I'm I have to wait until it's question time. So my team has been keeping a list of questions for me. So I'm going to try to answer all your questions because I know you have a lot. I will attempt to organize them into something that makes sense, but it might not be possible. So give me a minute. I'm going to bring my list over here so I can see everything. And I will do my best to answer all your questions. Okay. All right. So first question about the Canva Pro trial. If we click maybe later on the trial, like I showed you in lesson 1, do we click that each time you use it, or do we have to at some point click or no. So yeah, once you say you don't want the trial, it doesn't constantly ask you. Instead, I think Canva just shows you all the cool things that you could have with that little gold crown icon. It won't, every time it's not going to ask you, do you want the trial? Do you want the trial? I'm sure there's pop-ups from time to time, but I have been logging in and out of Canva for the last few weeks to create this workshop, and like literally logging in and out, in and out. And I haven't had that pop up at all. So no, they're not really aggressive about trying to get you to join the Canva Pro, which I appreciate. Can you create a logo in Canva? You totally can. In fact, there's a logo, those are logo creator inside Canva. I've never used it. I'm an old school when it comes to creating logos. So I don't have any experience with creating logos in there, but you totally can. And there's a section for it to actually do that. I don't remember if it's pro or not. I can take a look. I know I saw it this morning. I'm going to hop over to my app. We'll look at it in, let's go to Canva Pro. Like I don't think that it is, there's like so many things here, but I think that it is. Let's do create a design. Right here, logo. That was easy. Thank you, Canva. So they have like logo, like things that places to start. I know there's even videos on it, and you can create awesome logos, all sorts of designs. Looks like many of these are not pro. Some are, but many of these are not. So yes, you totally can create logos in Canva. And that was a great question. All right, next question. How do I upload my fonts? So I did show you that in the tips and tricks one. I'm trying to remember what the number was, but we're not going to remember. I'm not going to remember the number. So you just need to go into your brand kit and then click upload font, right? So it's just under text. It's kind of like not obvious, but you just upload the font right in there. I can attempt, I don't know if I have a font on my computer, but we can try to do it together so that you can see, because I think that that's important. Now again, uploading fonts is for pro users. So let's go into Canva Pro. And I'm going to bring up my app here. Okay, so this is my this is the app that's got where I've logged into Pro. And just to be crystal clear, I can be in Pro in either the app or the browser. Same for free, app or browser. It doesn't matter. I just, in order to show you both free and pro, I had to have free in one and pro in the other. But you can switch, it doesn't matter. Okay, so we'll go to text and click on Untitled Brand Kit and Brand Fonts, Add New. I mean, there's probably some other way to do it. This is how I've always done it. Now, I don't know if I have a font here. I don't know. I can look for the word font. Oh, look, I have a font here. Yay. So I'm going to click on this. It's an OTF or TTF. Either one would work. And I click on open. And please confirm the following. By uploading your own custom font, you acknowledge that you have the right to use it for its intended purposes. That means that, you know, whatever your licensing is, it's appropriate, because some fancy fonts actually do have some special licensing. But this one's good. I have the commercial license for this font. Click upload away. And it matters because if I have other team members who have access to my font, which I do, I need to have the permission. So there is my font right there. It's called Adorn S. And now if I add a text box, I can say cookies. I want a cookie. And oops, we don't need an extra return there. Let's make it bigger. And I can go select that font. Oops. By the way, you can use Control Z, Command Z on your keyboard to undo. That was what I just did. All right, so we go to font, and I'm going to search for Adorn S. There's the font I just uploaded, and there it is. So it's really easy to do. I think it's not obvious. I keep thinking there's probably some other way of doing it, but that's how I've always done it. So, okay, let's see. So my next question Good question. How do I change the portrait to landscape for the blank page? If you're in Canva free, you can't. You can't resize it. You can't flip the page. You can't change the orientation of the page at all. You'll want to use what I taught you in lesson 3 to make a custom size design and then do landscape or portrait at that point. Okay. There is kind of a little hack, we'll call it. In lesson 2, when I showed you how to look at your t-shirt decal on a shirt using, they have like that little feature, that print feature where you can actually print stuff, which is actually really cool. If you want to do that, you just make something amazing, you just want them to make it for you. When you use that feature, which is free, it actually creates a copy for you on a bigger page. Right? So if you need more space than what you have, you could use that to actually, it'll create a copy for you and it'll make it bigger. So I just happened to notice that it did that. So if you're like stuck with a small size and you really want more, you could do something like that. It's a little kludgy because it's not really intended for that, but it did work. All right, another question here. Will this work with the Cricut Joy? So Cricut Joy does not do print then cut. So there's no sensor on it for looking to see what you did. However, you don't always need print then cut. So if you just want to use your ink, you can still use your Cricut. You would in Cricut Design Space, you'd have to set it to either Explore or Maker, but it will print for you. And you don't have to cut it, but you'd have to switch your machine to one of the others. You don't have to have the machine. You can use Cricut Design Space to print things on your inkjet printer or your sublimation printer without having an actual machine. I think that's really rare to do, but it is possible. In fact, one of our recent tutorials, I think it was our kitchen boa tutorial, our awesome kitchen scarf, we actually use Cricut Design Space to print out the sublimation print, but you don't actually have to use the print then cut feature with it. So if you have a Cricut Joy, you won't be able to do print then cut, but you can still use Cricut Design Space itself to do, you can print it, you can cut it with scissors or anything like that, right? Okay, what is the difference if you save as PNG or PDF with the flatten option? So PNG will flatten it automatically. It'll just be a pixelated design, right? PDF doesn't have to be flattened. So usually when I make a PDF, like outside of Canva, I actually never flatten them because then it means I can open it up and I can like change it. Like that's just a thing that I do. But when we're making something that we're going to print, we want it to look exactly the way it looks on the screen. We don't want to worry about fonts. We don't want to worry about colors, anything like that. So a flattened PDF for a design print is the best way to do it. It's like no surprises. So you don't have to do that. You can absolutely play with it. But I recommend a flattened PDF for the best print of a design. Okay, is there any way that you could take your photo with the sunflowers and integrate it into the sunflower picture? My picture, you mean the picture of me with the sunflowers? So yeah, like we could set that as the background. We could set it as half the thing. If you're wondering if you could let's take a look at it. I think that will be the easiest so we can see what is possible to do there. So let's go find it. I'm gonna go back to the Canva free option because I want to make sure that everything I teach is accessible to everybody. Let's go to the launch pad and we're just going to open up a copy of that Tumblr, right? So you guys can just open these up and play with them, which I highly recommend you do. Remember, you are working with a copy of it, so you don't have to worry about. You can change it. No one will see your changes. It's private. All right, so you're wondering, let's zoom in here a bit, if we can incorporate this photo with the background. So that's a great question. Let's just move these things over here. I don't want to move them off. It'll make them disappear. We can remove them later. So what could I do here? I could make it bigger right? Maybe you want like me in the background. I don't know. Let's see. Maybe we can remove so I can't remove the background. So that's not an option. If I was in Pro, I could remove it. I can certainly do something like this. I have an idea. Whatever. I look kind of dorky here, but what? Let's, I'm not dorky. We can make, our own images. So like if you really like this, but your goal is to get the sunflowers on top of the image, let's do something else. Let's just make this really big. We can make it the background. Let's move this over here. Let's just delete all of this. We're going to delete all these things so we have room here, because I want to show you that while, you know, if you don't have Canva Pro, you can't just remove that background, but we could still do stuff. Let's delete all of this stuff here. Or we can just make this bigger, I guess. All right, so here I am. This photo was taken in North Carolina when we went to the beach. It was an awesome trip. I'm gonna keep this in here because it's just super cute. All right, so if what you wanted was like maybe to have sunflowers on, like surrounded, let's say, a bunch of sunflowers. So we can just go to elements and we can search for sunflowers and we can create our own image, right? So I can put these sunflowers on it. These are photos. These are gorgeous, right? Oops, let me undo that. Let's, I put too many on there too. Let's make them, like, I think what would be really pretty is, see how when I drag it to the corner, it wants to kind of make it the background. So you have to be, that will confuse you. It bugs me. Like it wants to helpfully make it the background. So if it's doing that to you, just keep moving it, right? And if it still does it, you can undo. All right, so pretty sunflowers in the corners. I'm going to hold down, will this work? Hold down the Option key and I can make copies. And I can fill this with sunflowers. It would be really pretty, right? So there's lots and lots of sunflowers. Again, I don't want it to be the background. There we go. And slide it over. Oops, that was the guide. And it bugs me how it does this, I'll be honest. Like it's really trying to be helpful, but it drives me nuts. So there we go. So let's make that smaller. So you could surround this photo with sunflowers. Looks like I cropped it by accident. Let's fix that. There we go. See how the edges will crop for you if you do that? So I can take a photo and make it the background. And then there's so many graphics and images that you can create almost anything that you could imagine, right? I think this would be really cool. This would be a cute mug. It'd be totally cute. Maybe I don't want my big face on there. Maybe I would want my daughter's face on there. But hey, if it's a gift, and my mom would probably appreciate it. So that's fair, right? It's for her, not for me. All right. Next question. Can you slice in Canva? Yeah, I think that there is an effect. Well, it's an effect. It's not like slice in Cricut, but you can crop. You can crop just like I showed you. So cropping would probably be what you want to do, right? I really think that's likely what you want to do. But you can't, to my knowledge, slice in the way that you can like over in Cricut Design Space or in Illustrator or in Photoshop, where you can do excludes and stuff like that. I'm not sure, but I don't think so. Okay, how do you turn on the ruler? Let me show you again how to do that. So here it is, and we go, right now my ruler's on, so we'll turn it off. You go up to the File menu, and you go to View Settings, and you do Show Rulers and Guides. It turned it off because it was on. So here we are, we're going to turn it on right here, View Settings, and then Show Rulers and Guides. I think it's better to design with the rulers and guides on, but if they bug you, you can turn them off, okay? All right. Next question. I have lots of questions here. Okay, and I don't want to repeat anything. Do I have to have Canva Pro to save my work in the cloud? Nope, you don't. This is really cool. You get 5 gigabytes currently of free cloud storage with Canva Pro. You get 1 terabyte of free cloud storage sorry, did I say Canva Pro? Let me repeat that because I think I said that wrong. You get 5 gigabytes of free cloud storage with Canva free, and you get 1 terabyte of cloud storage with Canva Pro. And I'm sure that will change. One thing I've noticed is that as we've progressed along in technology, those limits have increased over time because files get bigger, right? 1 terabyte is really a lot. I remember when 256K was a lot. But yeah, you get 5 gigabytes free to save in the cloud. And again, for anyone who doesn't know what the cloud is just the Canvas servers. And when you save when you make a design, you don't have to save it, right? It saves for you as you go. So when you make a design, it gets saved automatically there. You can always remove things if you don't want things being saved there, but it's saved in their cloud. And the awesome thing about that is that you can, whenever you log in, wherever you are, your phone, your computer, the app, if you log into your account, you'll see all of your designs. That's a big deal. Like my designs go back years and years and years, from back before there was a JenniferMaker. And I think that's really cool. I love that history. Okay, what if we want to remove the house from the photo on your Tumblr? Is that possible? If you have Canva Pro, you could definitely have it remove the background, and it probably, whatever. Let's go take a look because now I want to know. I always like to play with the background remover. Let's go into my Canva Pro app, and do I have that photo in here? I think I do. Let's see. Uploads. Oh, I don't have it because I made everything on free. So I don't know that oh, I know. I could open the template. No, I can't because it'll probably want to open it right in the browser, not in this. I'm thinking how I can get to that. How I can get to that photo. I'm not sure because I did everything at home, not here on this computer. And so normally I'd be able to open the template, but I'm pretty sure it'll just open up in the browser version for me instead. Yet another reason why I do prefer the browser version over this version, right now. So I don't think that I can. Maybe I can find something like it to show you the background remover, but I don't know that that's helpful. Let's see. Maybe I can just export this. I can do that, right? Let's delete all of this. There's just me. There's my photo. Let's remove it from its frame. Okay, let's get rid of this. All of this stuff that we don't need. Let's detach it from its frame. There we go. So now it's just this. We don't need this either. Okay, see, this will work, and I'm going to save it. And I don't know what will happen when we try to I think it'll work. So let's do share, and we're going to do download, and we're going to save it as a PNG. It'll be called copy of sunflower Tumblr because I didn't change the name. Now let's go back to my Canva Pro account and let's upload it. It should just be right in my downloads folder. There it is. And perfect. There it is. Okay, so let's remove everything else from my canvas right now. I know I could have started with a blank one, but I didn't. And let's remove the background and see what happens. All right, so edit image, right? And then background remover. And I'm always curious what it will keep and there we go. That totally worked, right? So it kept me and my sunflowers, and it removed all of the background. So if you wanted to use just basically I don't know how it does it. I don't know if it's using AI, but it's able to look at what is the focus of a image, and then it chooses to remove the rest. So sometimes it removes it weird, but actually that did a really good job. So that's cool. So that's how you would do that. Okay. What's the difference between send backwards and send to the back? So send backwards sends it back one layer. Send to the back sends it all the way to the very, very back most layer. So sometimes you just need it to be back a little bit, so you use backwards. And if you want to go all the way to the very back, you use send it to back. When do you use group? I use group when I want to keep things together on my screen. It's sort of like an organizational thing, and it allows me then to move and resize and rotate those grouped elements together rather than like accidentally not selecting them and then I move one thing but not the other, right? So group just helps keep things together while you're designing. What does system dialogue mean? I saw this question in the chat. So system dialogue is an old-fashioned term that essentially is just means that your computer has a message for you. It is a message settings box. You will see system dialogue show up across all different kinds of software. I remember back when I was learning to program, and that was like a big deal. It just is a box, and it usually shows up like as a little panel. And these days, when we say system dialog box, we usually refer to the print box that has all the settings in it, or a save box, right? If you're saving something, you'll see a little box show up and it says it's got a bunch of options, right? Sometimes you'll also see it as a message to you, like, hey, you can't do that, or I saved this for you, or whatever it is, right? That's also a system dialog box. It's just it's a communication between you and your computer, essentially. That's the simplest way. So, but when I use system dialog, I mean, I'm usually referring to your printer's system dialog. So your computer, which is interfacing with your printer, it lets you set the settings for it. So that's all that is. Is Canva for sublimation or can you use it for cut vinyl? Canva is for so many things that I probably couldn't list them all in like a normal video. Like it is a graphic editing program. Like it is not a graphics program that it isn't just for sublimation. I'm just teaching you how to use it for sublimation because I think it's really cool and there's so many amazing graphics that you can do it. Now, can you use it for cut vinyl? I believe that you can because I have heard people say that they use it for that. I've just never used it for that ever. So I can't advise you there, but some of the, you can, if you have a Canva Pro account, you can save as SVG. Now, not everything will save properly as an outlined SVG, but like those stickers I showed you that had the different layers and the ability to color the layers differently, those were probably SVGs. And they're layered. And I don't know for sure because I don't know their technology, but chances are you could output, I don't know for sure, but I believe that you can, and I know you can save as SVG. So but that's not something I have any experience with. When I want to make a SVG, I use Illustrator or Inkscape. What does transparent background mean? That means that the background is removed and it's now see-through. It's like not there. And so when you put it on top of another background or on top of another image or anything, you can see that other image in that transparent part. That's all it means. So some people like to remove backgrounds so that they can use the images in different areas. Is there a way to print without a sublimation printer? Absolutely. You can just use your inkjet and then do print then cut. So this shirt is not sublimation. This shirt was made with an inkjet printer, and I used an inkjet transfer sheet. It's kind of like a printable heat transfer vinyl. They call it paper. I don't really know which one it is. All I know is it works. So you don't have to have a sublimation printer. You can use you can use an inkjet printer. You could probably even use a laser printer, but I don't really use my color laser printer anymore. I really just prefer my inkjet and sublimation printer. There's a lot you can do though. Print then cut, when I say print then cut, I mostly mean an inkjet printer. You can use it for sublimation too, but mostly we use it the inkjet printer. And then sublimation printer, and here's one right here, is for sublimation. If you're curious about sublimation, be sure to do Sublimation Startup, which is included in this workshop. Everything, what is sublimation, what do you use, what are all the equipment supplies, all that is all in there. Is it best to purchase a sublimation printer or an inkjet printer to start with? It depends on what you want to make, right? most people do start with an inkjet printer. I mean, I did. So, but if you have no interest in making things with your inkjet printer and no need for it, there's no reason to get it. Just get a sublimation printer. It is entirely up to you and what you need, what you want to make with it. Let's see. How do you create a template for a tapered tumbler? You use your measuring tape to measure it. You'd measure the bottom and you'd measure the top, and then you've got your measurements, and it would just be a straight line from the side to the other side. That said, other people have created them. Like, so the tapered, let me show you what a tapered tumbler design looks like. That will help, I think. So let's go back over to Canva. Let's go to our free Canva. Let's just create we need a new design here. Let's do custom size. I don't know what it'll be. We'll just take a guess. 10 by 10. Oops. This is why I tell you to change it to inches first. Drives me nuts. Always change it to your dimensions first, because I always just assume it's inches. And no, I don't know of a way to set it to be inches. There might be a way. I should look into that, but I don't know. All right, so let's upload that tapered tumbler so you can see what it looks like. Upload files, and then I'll go find, was it in here? Oh, I didn't download it here, did I? I downloaded it on my computer at home. Well, so I don't have it. So I can go get it real quick. I can just go to design if I'm logged in here. I'm not logged in, so I can't. So maybe Google can help us here. Let's say tapered tumbler template. Well, maybe even Canva has one. I just want you to see what it looks like. There we go. Let's open this up so you can see. This is the shape of a tapered tumbler. So I wouldn't say this is a beginner project, right? And the thing is that you have to get it to match your tumbler. So the top has got to be the same, the right size for your tumbler versus the bottom. It's definitely more complicated. I have on my list to do a tutorial on a tapered tumbler. So if you really, really want to do that, check YouTube for a video. That would be my suggestion. Or buy a template and then just match up, buy like a design and match it up to yours. That's already designed for the tapered one. You can totally do it in Canva. You totally can, but you got to get these measurements right? And it's a little bit tricky, and it will require trial and error. So don't be surprised by that. Okay. What device do you use to print the sublimation tumblers? I'm using a sublimation printer to do the pages for the sublimation tumblers. Watch Sublimation Startup. That's way more information than I can explain here about that. This is a print here. Let me show you what this looks like, because I think that it's useful for you to see what so this is a printed page for a tumbler. I want you to notice the color difference. When you first print on a sublimation printer prints, it's faded. It looks faded because the ink is heat activated. So it looks like this, but it prints like this, and it prints seamless. See? Didn't I do a good job? If you look closely, you can find the seam. I'm looking for it right now. There it is. You can kind of see his little nose right here is cut off. But if you didn't know, you wouldn't know. So this is a straight one, not a tapered one. I make straight tumblers. It's a lot easier. Tumbler, like I don't even need a tapered tumbler. But this is a sublimation print from a sublimation printer. Does the printing color depend on the printer also? Not that much. So long as you've got your ink levels in your printer, it should be printing. But that said, every printer does kind of have its own quirks, and like some printers will print colors a little differently. So a little bit, but it shouldn't really matter. That's the easy answer. Okay, here some of these things I'm not going to answer because I covered them. I talked about how to curve words. I even demonstrated that. If you upload your own photos to Canva, do they become public? they don't become public. No, no one can see all those crazy photos that I uploaded unless I specifically share them. Now, I did share my sublimation tumbler design, right? I shared this, and you could open this up and you will see my photo. My photo is in there. You can have my photo if you want. So it's in there, and so if you share a template, it shares the photos. But no one can see them unless you intentionally share them. And templates don't like appear in some like directory for other people to like just browse unless you are like there's special, like I'm not even one of them. I think there's a special category of Canva creators. I think it's called the Canva Creator Program, and they're allowed to create templates that other people can see publicly. I'm not. I just make templates and I can share the link with you and then you can open them. So you don't have to worry about people seeing your images or anything like that, because I know that's probably what you're asking about. What tumbler press do I recommend? I am using the PYD Life one. It works just fine. It's a little stiff to open, a little hard. It takes a little effort, but I haven't really found anything else that's better. Maybe Cricut will one day make a tumbler press. Some people do use the Cricut mug press for tumblers, but it's not made for it. So it doesn't quite fit right. You have to kind of do some extra things. So I don't do that. I use the PYD Life tumbler press. Do you use just one layer of butcher paper around tumblers and mugs? Yes. The only exception is if you're using like the pens and markers, then Cricut recommends that you use 3 layers because it can bleed more. If you're just using sublimation print, just 1 layer of butcher paper is all you need. Okay, let's see here. I think I've answered many of those questions. Can I use sublimation paper in a normal printer and then sublimation rather than fork out for a sublimation printer? No. What matters is not the paper so much as the ink. So the ink in a normal printer won't transfer to anything, or if it does, it'll just be kind of like a little ghost. It's not intended to transfer. It's intended to be on the page. The ink that transfers is sublimation ink, right? So you actually need to use sublimation ink in your printer. Watch Sublimation Startup. It will explain everything about sublimation. If you want to try sublimation and you're not prepared to get a printer, you can experiment with Cricut Infusible Ink, Cricut Infusible Ink pens and markers. There's even some paint that you can get. There's a bunch of ways that you can try out sublimation ink without getting a sublimation printer. You can even have your designs printed by other people and then mailed to you so you can do sublimation prints without even having a printer yourself. That is all detailed in Sublimation Startup for you. Will I share my affiliate link for Canva Pro? It's in the workshop. So let me show you where to find that so that if you would like it. All right, so let me go back over to here, and this is our workshop page, and it's all in software, supplies, and tools, what to get. So this page, this is the launch pad that I showed you earlier. And here's a link to get the free account. And this is my affiliate link for Canva Pro. So if you want to use my affiliate link, which you can if you want, but you don't have to, it is right here. So, I guess I made a nice, pretty link for it. JenniferMaker.com/Canva. This page is also where I have all of the materials and links listed for everything shown, like how we made everything. So it's all right in here in your workshop area. So yeah, so you can just go to JenniferMaker.com/Canva to get a Canva, like you just need to go there with my link and then you can just do whatever. Alrighty. Let's see here. Is there a way to print several different mugs on 11 by 17 paper? Yeah, you would just want to create a custom size and then put your sizes, your mugs on those, right on there, or your designs right on that big piece of paper, or use something like Google Docs to bring individual designs in, right? It's another way that you could do that. Can you create a design in Canva and then pull it into Design Space to add your fonts? Absolutely, totally. will I discuss how to do larger designs for projects like doormats in Canva? I have a tutorial on that, so I'm not going to discuss it in this workshop, but I have a detailed YouTube video on how to do that. It is over on my YouTube channel, and it's called Larger Than Print Designs or something. Let's just search for sublimation larger or something like that. And it shows you exactly how to do that, and that technique works with Canva because all you do is you save it as a PDF, and then I show you in that video how to take that PDF and tile it so that you can, it prints on multiple pages, and then how to put it all back together. So it's in that video. Now I feel like I need to tell you where that video is, so I'm going to do that. All right, so let's go to my channel, which is at YouTube. Well, actually, I have a tutorial. Let's send you to the tutorial. So JenniferMaker sublimation larger is how we're going to look for it. I use Google all the time. There we go. How to sublimate large designs. So I demonstrate with a doormat, but the technique in this video shows you can use this for anything, right? So anything that you want can be in there. Okay. So watch this video, how to sublimate large designs. Alrighty. Let's see here. I see questions about the workshops. I'll try to answer all the workshop questions at the end. Trying to get all the Canva questions. Will I show how to recolor things? That's a great question. Let's do that. Let's go to Canva and let's go find a design. Let's just take this one off. So we're back in Canva free. Let me show you really quickly how to, oops, there's a little sunflower right there. Let's find that sticker. Okay, so, I mean, I guess I did show you with the sticker. So let me show you with something else. Let's go to Elements and let's do a circle. I know that's not very exciting, but it's the simplest way. So here it is. Make sure it's selected by clicking on it. You see that purple box show up around it. And then you go up to right here. This is the color picker box, right? So you click on that and you have all your colors. You can have no color. It can be empty. It can be black. It can be white. It can be the original color. But you can also have other colors right here. So you can have any, these are like default colors. If none of these colors are right, notice this little plus sign right here. Click on that and then you can have any color you want. All the colors are right here. You can use this eyedropper to pick a color that's already out there on your page. All of the options. So lots and lots of things. That's a pretty color. That's how you color something. Alrighty. Is it possible to change the colors on purchased designs such as the wraparound cat design? You can use effects and filters to change the colors. You won't have all the control. You won't be able to say, I want all orange tabby cats, which would be really cute. But you could use filters to add a like orange hue to it so it'd make it look like they're all different shades of orange tabby cats. We have an orange tabby cat. He's adorable. So that's what I would do. If you want to change the look, the feel of it, use filters because you can actually change the colors a lot. Now you can't, but again, you can't say, I want them to be all pink, right? You would need to use a different kind of program. Like I would use Photoshop to do that if I wanted to. So that's beyond the scope of today's workshop though. But the filters will probably, there's a filter to make everything like pink. It'll probably look mostly all pink. So you can do things. Okay, let's see. Is there a way to upload a file downloaded from Canva as a PNG so that it can be uploaded into Design Space as a cut image, but with the colors? Yeah, and I showed you that in lesson 2 when we created I actually showed you during the how to print. So when we made the shirt decal here, we created it in Canva, right? And then in the lesson on how to print, we brought it into Cricut Design Space. We removed the background and it turned into a print and cut, but we could have also saved it as a cut image. So that's how you just upload it to Cricut Design Space and then you can use it there. In Silhouette Studio, You have like an eraser to erase stuff on the picture. Does Canva have that? Not that I know of, no. So I don't know of a way you can use cropping and you can put shapes to cover things up, but I don't know of a way to like erase things like that, no. Can you create rhinestone templates in Canva? I've not done it. I'm sure you can do it though, because you can do it elsewhere. We actually have a tutorial on rhinestone templates coming out in February, I think. So definitely watch for that. It's not in Canva. We're using Cricut, but you can still, I'm sure you can do it. Okay, and I think I've come up to the questions about the workshop. So let's talk about those. All right. In the workshop reruns, will I be able to search for specific terms, or will I need to go to that video? So there's going to be, once all the videos are uploaded, which will take me some time, so thank you in advance for your patience. But once everything is uploaded, there will be 2 versions of the videos for you to look at. One is like the main one, right? It's the first one. But there's also going to be another one that I upload to a different service that allows you to search the videos. So you'll be able to click on a little magnifying icon and search for whatever term you want. So you will see a little heading that says, and here's another version that you can stream to your TV and search. So in that one, you can search and go exactly to that point of the video that you need. Will there be more classes on Canva, or is this it? So this is for the workshop. This is the workshop, right? So I'm not planning, there's not like we're not meeting again next weekend or anything to talk more about Canva. But do you mean, will I have other workshops on Canva? Quite possibly. I just need to know what you want. Is there specific things? Like, I would love your requests for workshop topics. As I mentioned in my email, when this is our first workshop of the year, we're trying to do them monthly. It's a goal. Many people have asked for more in-depth topics. Then, YouTube is like, there's only so far you can go, right? And a course is a lot, but something in the middle. So if you have a request for a workshop topic, just let us know. You can let us know in the Facebook group. You can email us, whatever you want. So if you all want more workshops on Canva, I would be happy to make them. Will I have more workshops like this? Yes, I will. Do I know what they all are going to be about? No. We're figuring them out as we go along. But I believe our next workshop is going to be on how to make a font from your own handwriting, because I have gotten that request so many times over the years, because I have a font like that. It isn't difficult to do, and we're going to show you how to do it. You can do it for free. So that, I think, is our next workshop topic, and having your handwriting in a font is super cool and super useful. So I think that you're going to love that one. Are you going to have a graphic design class? That is a great question. So possibly. I already have Cut Above, right? So Cut Above is a design course in how to use Adobe Illustrator and Adobe Inkscape to make SVG cut files. But that's for cutting machine projects. What I think would be really cool is to have an awesome graphic design course for things like sublimation, because this is a big topic. There's so many design techniques that I could teach you. I've been doing graphic design since like the 80s. I actually have a kind of degree in it. I went to vocational school when I was going to high school and community college. And so I got a degree in graphic design back in the 80s and have been practicing it ever since. So I will often call myself a designer because I love to design, but I also realize that a lot of times I just like intuitively know things that other people don't, and I could teach you that. So maybe we'll do like something where we're really focusing on design and what goes into good design, what to do, what to avoid, and all that. Will there be a printed transcript available for download? Possibly. Yes, we'll have, so after our premiere today, I will take all of our videos, upload them to a professional captioning service that then allows us to put captions on all of our videos. I have no idea if this is being live captioned. Does anyone know? Oh, I'm seeing requests for Procreate. That's totally on my list, by the way. Procreate is super, very popular right now. I think that would be awesome. Okay, anyways, I digress. Is this being captioned? Does anyone know? Because I'm always curious. I can't see whether we have live captions or not. YouTube decides whether they do it or not. It's not up to me. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It's like a mystery. Let me know in the chat and I'll take a look. Anyways, but we'll get professional captions where things are spelled properly. And when we do that, we also get a transcript. So then we put the transcript documents online. But there's also a workbook, and the workbook, so all of the recorded videos, I actually write down what I'm going to say, usually, and I've already made a workbook with all of that text in there. Now, that workbook is not yet finalized. My workbooks get finalized after the workshop premieres, so that I can have graphics and photos and all the things that I showed you. So it'll be some time before it's done. I promise to let everybody know. But you will actually find a lot of the transcript for the videos right in that workbook right now if you just want to read it. Just don't print it out yet because it's not final yet, and you'd have to print it again. No live captions, that's a bummer. Thank you. Yeah, like I wish that I could like guarantee live captions, but I don't know why sometimes they have them and sometimes they don't. All right, so did I get everything? I think I got most things. I'm not answering questions if I think I already answered it. I do see one question that's not related to the workshop. What's the sublimation oven? I have a tutorial on using sublimation ovens with tumblers, so I highly recommend you watch that video. I referenced it in lesson 3 I referenced it in the video where I actually put together our tumbler. So I used a press, but there are other methods of heating your sublimation ink onto your tumbler. So you can use an oven, you can use a heat gun, which that is not in that video, but the oven is. You can use an air fryer. And if you do use an oven, make sure that you're not using like your kitchen oven. It's sublimation ink. So what will happen is it'll heat and some of it will like stay in the oven. It'll fall to the floor of your oven. But when you heat up your oven again, it will go back it'll sublimate again into the air and then it can get into your food. You don't need to be eating that. So please buy and use a separate, like a little tabletop oven. PYD makes the most adorable little oven. I ordered it because it's so cute. I have to have it. It's the same color, but it looks like a little retro oven. But it's just made for tumblers and stuff like that. Someone's asking me about shoes. Do you want to know what shoes I'm wearing today? I'm wearing slippers. You know why? Because it's extremely cold in Michigan today. I am wearing sheepskin slippers and socks right now. So no cute shoes today. In fact, and we also have to turn the heat off when we're doing our videos because it like kind of blows and it doesn't sound as good. And I want you all to be able to hear me really clear. So you don't think you want to see my slippers. I'm totally wearing slippers today. It is very cold. That's right, Alice. It's very cold. All right. So everything is being recorded. So now what I want to do is I want to take a short break. I'm going to play our little music. I'm sure you all need a break too. I saw someone earlier say they need a break. And then I'm going to bring out the tea and the cookies and we're just going to chat, right? We're just going to hang out and have a craft tea party. Ask me anything. I'm here to hang out with you. We can talk about all the things that we've done. You can ask me any questions you have really and just relax for a little bit and have fun. So I'm going to put on my little waiting thing. I'll have a little video and about 5-10 minutes we'll see, and we'll stay right here in the same video. So go get your tea, go get your cookies, get whatever craft you want to work on with me, and we're just going to hang out for a little bit and have fun. So yeah, well, let's say my little video is 5 minutes, but let's say 10 minutes. I'll set it for 10 minutes. It might go to a blank screen after 5. I'm not sure what will happen, but we'll meet back here right here. I'm not going to go anywhere in 10 minutes and we will resume and we'll just hang out and have some fun. Okay. So I'm going to play the little video. Hopefully this is the right one, and I'll see you in about 10 minutes. forgot to turn my mic back on. So let's start it again. Welcome to our crafty party. I already offered you cookies and I already made you a cup. I got you some tea and cookies. Sorry, my mic was off. All right, let me explain. What was I just saying? I was saying that I just want to hang out with you for a while and talk about whatever you want to talk about. I don't want to show my screen, so no screen stuff. I'm happy to talk about anything you see here, of course, or you can just ask me anything. But we're going to stay away from the computer for a little bit and just hang out and chat. You guys can chat in the screen. I can see all of your comments here. There's an echo now. There's no echo. I think we're good. I think we're good. Sometimes it just happens with the thing, but my team will let me know. They say it sounds okay. So sorry, my sound was off. I had to use the restroom, so of course I turned off my mic, guys. Can you even imagine? Anyways, I got mint mulattoes and I have peanut butter cookies, my two favorites, and I have sleepy time tea. I actually do have tea. What do you guys have to drink? I would love to know. Let me know in the chat. I'm hoping that you guys can hear me, right? We are good. Yes, Sonia says everything is good. Yes, I was telling you about the kettle. This is a Christmas present from Greg, and I think he got it because it looks so cute. Like this is totally my favorite color is red. You see me in red all the time. My second favorite color is this aqua color, which you probably know that too. And I think he got it for me because it was really cute, but it's awesome. It heats up water in 30 seconds in the bottom. Like this is hot right now, right? It's super hot, but this is cool. Well, not cool, maybe slightly warm, but I can see. Anyways, this is really cool. It's called Hazel Quinn. I think he got it off Amazon. I'm not really sure. All I know is that it's super, super cute. Okay, you guys can hear me good. All right, so a cappuccino, awesome. Hot chocolate chai tea latte. My kettle looks white. No, it's blue. See? Oh, it's probably the light in here. It is. The light is really bright. I know. Let's turn. I didn't think my brightness is up. I changed my lighting. There we go. Here, let me show you the overhead. See? This is the color of it. It's not white. It's this pretty aqua blue color. Yeah, it's really pretty. I see sweet iced tea, pomegranate and blueberry green tea. Oh, my sound is not up. You guys keep telling me. I think that you probably are seeing the video delayed, so I need to focus. My sound is good. So Judy says, will we be able to chat with others after live chat? So you can chat with others right now in the chat box. It's possible that if you're watching this video on the workshop, there's no chat box in there, right? It's just the video. I put that in there because some people don't like to see all the chat. It's distracting. If you want to see the chat, you need to be on YouTube. You need to be in YouTube, not like some variation of YouTube. Like I don't think you can see chat if you're watching on like your TV. I think you need to be in a web browser to see the chat. So it'll show up on the right side of the page, but I can see all your comments, so I know you're all chatting. Yeah. Does anyone have anything besides tea or hot chocolate? There we go. White Merlot wine. That sounds really good. I got to show you this thing I got. I haven't opened the bottle yet though, but I brought it because I'm thinking about having it tonight. It's called chocolate wine. Have you guys heard of this? It says Dutch. It says a finest blend of red wine and Dutch dark chocolate. Does this not sound amazing or what? Red wine and chocolate. I haven't tried it. Has anyone ever had this? I don't know. It sounds really, I love chocolate. It sounds really good. Oh, Kristen, you love chocolate wine. You've had it before? I think I might have had it like once, like someone gave it to me, but like, when you are in a social situation, you tend not to focus on the food and drink. At least I don't. I get very distracted. In fact, if we ever go out to lunch or dinner together, chances are I'll just be sitting there talking the whole time and not eating any food. It's like one of my biggest weaknesses. So like if I actually need to eat food and not like, feel faint from not having food, I need to like eat separate because I will just, it's not that I am like a chatty person normally because I'm not, I'm pretty quiet. It's just, I think social situations require a lot of focus, right? So I focus on the people and I don't focus on my food. All right. So, uh, I see it. Nancy says, what do you know about Google Docs? You mentioned it. I might be on the edge of being too old to understand it. Do spill the tea on it. Nancy, you are never too old for it, ever, 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 ever. So that's one. I realize you're not asking me that question, but you are not too old for anything. Not at all. So it's just understanding technology requires, it's really mindset. It's not, it's like believing that you can do this and that like you will hear people say. So this came up recently. You will hear people say this, I'm too old to learn this, or I'm older, I'm from an older generation, whatever it is. So I am 50, how old am I now? 54? I think I'm 54 now. I was born in 68. I'm 54. I'll be 55 this year. Wow. So I have been using technology this whole time, and I was an early adopter. I got to use it. I've got a leg up on everybody who's younger than me, as a matter of fact. And they don't see that ever stopping. It doesn't matter what my age is. I can handle all the technology, and so can you. You need to believe that it's possible, and you need to not listen to anyone else who says you are too old or I am too old or anything like that. That's very important, right? Believing that you can do it is half the battle sometimes. Seriously, I always ignore all that. I'm very proud to be the age I am, and I'm hoping that I make it all the way to an old age, and I will be even more proud if I do. And I hope everybody else feels that way too. It's a big deal. It really is. That's right, Lori. That's just bull hockey. Is that what you said? Never too old. I agree. All right. Anyways, Google Docs. Google Docs it's kind of like a free version of Microsoft Word, if that helps. Right? It's online. It's always available and accessible. And I personally, wrote all of the notes for today's workshop in Google Docs. That's how I use it. But you can also use it for printing images, which I showed you in one of our lessons. So if it depends, you can use it for a bunch of things. It's just one of many tools in our tool belt, right? We live in an amazing time. It's truly amazing. We have so many resources at our disposal, so much information. Because of my age, when I was, I feel like I straddled two important epochs, whatever we would call that. It's a fancy word. I grew up without technology, right? We had a phone, we had TVs, but you wanted to know something, you went to the library, maybe you read a newspaper, you asked someone. And then when I became an adult, we entered the internet age, right? And I was right there at the start because I was so excited to learn all of it. And so I've been there for the whole time. So I have my other leg firmly there. So I'm straddling these two. And I think that it's really interesting and it's fascinating to know where we were and where we are now. And when you think about where we're going, I was just talking to Greg the other day about AI. We are seeing so many changes right now, and there's so many more changes to come. I'm fascinated by AI. For those who aren't familiar, AI stands for artificial intelligence. People have been working on this for a long time, but I believe that we are at an inflection point right now with AI, and we are seeing it without realizing it. Those of us that know it and use it, like me, now have tools to do all sorts of things. Do not be afraid of this. This is super cool, and it's going to allow us, specifically for crafting, there's going to be a lot of cool things that we can do that we couldn't do before. Chances are you're already experiencing it. You just don't even know it. So I think it's really cool to be able to continue, to see these changes. If I had lived 100 years ago, I guess I would have seen great change, but nothing like it is right now. I know I'm rambling, but seriously, it's really exciting that we get to do all these things and stuff.
I love you too, Janet. Thank you. uh, Mary says Chat GPT. It is crazy, wild, love it. Yeah. So we're going to see a lot of things. So in fact, one of our workshop topics, and I think it's for April, is how to use AI in your crafting and designing. So we're going to introduce you to tools that you can use. So I've been using AI tools for, I guess, a couple of years now. So I started out with text as like prompts to help me. And then now I can create backgrounds for my photos and my mock-ups and like seriously, and that's just from me as a content creator. So I'm going to show you how to use AI as a crafter so that you can make even more amazing things, unique things that in the style that you want. It's going to be super cool. And I'm excited to show it to you. All right. But that'll be a different workshop. Joan says, do I think Cricut will ever come out with a tumbler press? I have no idea. Cricut doesn't really tell me anything, which is fine. That's how they work. I think it'd be really cool if they did, because I love the mug press. Like, this tumbler press is fine. It does the job. But it's like super big and cumbersome. You got to set the temperature. It's hard to open and close it. Like, it's like one of the best ones I've found. The Cricut mug press, let's grab it right here. I don't want to hurt it. Oops, that was my wine. I'm glad that wasn't open. Let's just set this right here. All right, the Cricut mug press. Oops, it's plugged in even. Let's unplug that. There we go. I mean, it's just so little, right? It's like this is like a special thing. It doesn't even get hot, right? It's like so much easier to close and open. I wish they would come out with a tumbler press. Cricut, one of the things that Cricut does really, 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 really well is create accessible technology that is affordable and easy to use. And that is actually a really big deal. It doesn't matter that we know how to do the hard stuff. It's better if we can do it easier. It's better if it's affordable. It's better if it's safer, all those things. So, I mean, I feel like all they'd have to do is make it taller. But I don't know. Creating physical products and engineering them is not my particular talent. Let's see here. Roseanne says, I resisted getting the Cricut mug press, but I do like it now. Yeah, it was so easy. So I did the tumbler first. I did everything in the order that you saw in the workshop. And that it was really hard to open and close it. And then I could do the mug press, and I don't even have to worry about the temperature or the pressure. It was really easy to see how easy this is. And it did a great job. I mean, my mug, oops, there's tea in it. I almost spilled the tea. It does a great job. I really love my mug press. Evelyn says, is there any way of wrapping around the whole mug, like through the handle? Yes, a member of my team recently experimented with it. Vicky did. And so, yeah, you can, now I've put here, let's take one that doesn't have tea in it. Let's take this one. So let me switch over. Oh, wait. I have to keep practicing my foot pedals. I got this new thing because normally I have these buttons over here. You probably see me pressing them, but then I have to look at them and I got to find it. So I got this foot pedal that interfaces with all my software, so I can go from this view. Let's see if I can do it. I'm practicing, to this overhead view, to my screen view. I promise no screen. So the third one goes to my screen. Isn't that cool? All right, anyways, so hopefully I'll be even better at my videos. So yeah, the whole thing is coated, the whole outside. I don't think the inside, and I don't think the bottom, but I don't know for sure. But I know that the whole outside is coated with the sublimation coating, right? So you can create a template that goes around the handles, right? It's a little tricky, but it is possible. So every mug will be just a little different, right? So, but you could, with a measuring tape and careful measuring, you could make a template that, went around, and you would just tape it here at the seam or something, and you could do the whole thing. That would probably be a good tutorial too.
There's so many tutorials to make. There's so many. Like, I remember when I first started JenniferMaker, I'm like, is there really enough topics to like, oh my gosh, there's so many topics. Not a problem. These cookies do look delicious. This is mint mulatto. I don't remember if my mic was off when I was telling you. Mint mulatto is my favorite cookies. And then these are peanut butter chip, or peanut butter with peanut butter chips in them. They're really good. Mary says, what do you recommend using to print designs to use watercolor if you want to make a bunch of sheets for elderly parents to watercolor? Mary, do you mean the kinds that we did like with our birds, or do you mean something else? Let me know so I understand. Vicki, you're having chocolate. Is that what I saw? Scrolling back up. It says you are. I love chocolate. Oh, I have to tell you all, I got the most amazing Christmas gift from my team. So you all know that I have a team of about 30 amazing people, right? And if you don't know, you should know because they're amazing. This is not a one-woman operation. There are many of us that make this magic happen. So my gift for Christmas was, I guess there were 30. I didn't count him. There's a jar, a mason jar from each team member. And in the jar was a pair of socks and a snack, a treat, a lot of chocolate, because I love socks and I love chocolate. I'm just laughing thinking about it. It is the most amazing gift because first of all, it's Michigan, and seriously, socks are a really big deal for keeping your feet warm, right? So I have all these adorably cute socks. And then I also have things like chocolate and like little candies, and like it's awesome. I have them all like behind my desk, and whenever I need a little coziness, I get out socks, or I get out or a little treat when I need a little chocolate or a little sugar. It is the best gift. Socks and chocolate. Seriously. Yes, it is, Kathy. It's a wonderful gift. I feel very fortunate. I have a wonderful people. They're here right now helping you out. I see Vicki and Jen and Grandy. I don't know who else is in here. Blair is in here. Hopefully I'm not missing anyone else who's in the chat. And then of course we have many people who are behind the scenes answering questions in email, answering questions on social media. It's a big deal, and I'm very, very grateful for their help. Carol, do you like socks and chocolate too? All right, here's a question. Where do I get polyester shirts? I love cotton, which used to be hard to find. Now that I'm looking for poly, everything is cotton. So that's a great question. I actually have a tutorial on that coming out on how to, we're actually going to compare a bunch of shirts like for sublimation to see how they stack up. I think I don't remember we're doing that February, March, something like that. But let's see, like one of my favorite shirts actually is the shirt that I used here. This shirt happens to be 65% polyester, 35% cotton. So it is called Hanes Soft Style. And only certain colors come in that. All the rest are cotton. So you got to be careful. But all the ones that are like heather, which is what this is, have 65% polyester, and they're like super soft. They're really nice. So that's one of the ones I use. Cricut makes fairly decent ones. The only problem with the Cricut ones, I think, is that they run a little small. So you need to go up a size for comfort, right? But mostly so it's Hanes Soft Style. I would say right now is my personal favorite. And I find them all, honestly, I find almost all of my supplies on Amazon. It's so much easier than like going to the store and hunting, and like just the time it takes to drive there and back. I could be doing something else, guys. So I Amazon pretty much everything. And I have Amazon Prime, so I usually get it the next day. I mean, I can't beat that. When I need it faster, I'll actually use Michael's, and then I do their same day delivery service. So I don't even have to like spend the time to go to Michael's either. It's just so much more convenient. What can I say? Okay, so I think I missed the question about watercolor because I'm just too busy chatting. Karen also likes the Hanes Soft Style. Jen, did you happen to see the answer to the watercolor question? I'm scrolling back to see if I can find it because I can talk to you about the watercolor and its challenges if you would like. Clean and dry socks. I know, right? It's such a big deal. You posted the link. Thank you, Jen. So designing those watercolor cards, like I don't even know if I would do a workshop. It's a pretty advanced skill. You would want to have taken my Cut Above SVG design course before you ever even attempted to design for watercolor. Because it's a series of lines that are arranged in just the right way that when you use the watercolor pens and the blending pen, they work. So there is certainly some art there. There's no nice, simple little converter or a simple way of explaining it. It was a lot of trial and error to create them. And it was a team effort. I did not create those on my own at all. So I'm not sure. People have asked me before how they can have other watercolor pictures, right? Other things. And I haven't come up with an easy answer yet, other than creating it yourself, but I'm searching because people really love those watercolor birds because they're adorable. Why wouldn't you love them? They're super cool. Okay. A question. I think I answered this one, but just in case, where did Greg get the teapot? Hey, Greg, where did you get the teapot? Did you get it from? I know he's listening. He's helping me in the other room. He is in another room though, so hopefully he hears me. Anyways, Greg, come out and tell us where you got the teapot from, because it's really cute. I think it was Amazon, but it was a gift, so what do I know? Do I remember my very first project? It depends on what kind of project you mean. Like in my entire life, or my first like Cricut project, or my first sublimation project. Was it Amazon? Yeah.
It's Amazon, yeah.
He says it's Amazon. Yes. So somewhere on Amazon you'll find it, and it's called, this part matters, it's called Hazel, like the color, Quinn. Quinn, like the romance novelist. If anyone knows who that is, she writes amazing books. So, oh, here, give that to me so I can show them. Thanks. So this is you stick it on this, so it plugs in, which it's not plugged in right now, but this is its cord, and it sits on this. What? Which lever? You mean this one? Can you guys see this? And it heats it up. Isn't that cool? So you could have like hot water all the time for your tea. And it looks really cute. What? I told them that part. So the bottom is not, it doesn't get hot. Like I can set this here without hurting the table. I can touch it. This part is still super hot. So it's keeping the water in there really hot. So it's really neat. It's very cute. And it is light blue. I'm sure they have other colors. I know it might look white, but it's light blue. Before, when I was showing it, I had my brightness turned up because the lighting was different, but I turned the lights down for our crafty party. Okay, someone wants to see the inside of the dream box. I'm not going to show you the inside today because I got all I would have to pull them out. And also I'm wearing leggings because I'm super cold. So I'm not even going to stand up, guys. Sorry. So I will show you another day. Let's see, when maybe in another workshop we'll do that, or like, I'm trying to think. You know, there's a sale coming up on the dream box. I was going to decorate it again. That would be really cool. I was going to decorate for there's a Valentine's Day sale coming. I don't know if I was allowed to say that, but there is one. I don't even remember what day it's starting, but there is a Valentine's Day sale coming up on Dreambox. So maybe I will decorate it and I will show everybody what it looks like on the inside because it'd be really cute. Allison says, I was shocked at how easy you made Canva seemed. I designed 2 pair of earrings and I'm waiting for my earrings to come from Amazon to sublimate on. A little knowledge goes a long way. Thank you. Oh, that's so sweet. I'm happy I helped. Oh, they have a matching toaster too. Oh my gosh, really? That's cool. I didn't know they had a matching toaster. Now we need a matching toaster. I love toast. Oh my goodness. Okay. What printable vinyl brand do you use? I'm trying to think. They're all going to be in my tutorials. One does not stand out. In fact, I think it's like a Amazon brand, so it's not like a brand. It is a brand, but it's not like this brand, right? We used printable HTV. When did we use it? Oh, maybe our tutorial on how to get sublimation onto cotton. That would help because in there we talked about all the different ways, including printable HTV. So check that tutorial and then you'll see what we use because I can't remember. A lot of times when I order something from Amazon, it's got a brand name, but I don't really know it. So I don't really remember. That's the truth. Caesar DTV is really nice. Yeah. So if you're doing sublimation and you want to do, or if you're doing, it really depends. There's so many different ways. So Easy Subly is one possibility. That's a printable HTV. I did print on that one. I'm trying to think what else. The other ones I just don't remember the names of. Caesar makes great vinyl though, so that's certainly an option as well. Yeah, so what if you're curious what I used today, that I can tell you because I've got it sitting over here. And everything, remember, is in the workshop supply list. You don't have to guess at anything. Everything that I use to make our projects is right in there. So none of this stuff. Where's my Jolene's? Here it is. Not this one. This one. This is the best. Here, let me show you the English side. This is the best heat transfer I found. A lot of people ask me why I'm having you use the dark one instead of the one for white shirts, and that's because it just looks so much better because it's the ones for like colored shirts or white shirts. It's like transparent or like a kind of filmy color. So your colors don't look as vibrant and you can see like the outline of it. So this is much better because it's white. So all your colors are nice and bright and you can just use print then cut to cut out all the white. So it looks amazing, which I think you would agree, right? So this is Jolene's. They don't call it printable HTV, but it pretty much is. It's very lightweight, very, very lightweight. I heard someone ask me that question too. Let me see if I can show you. Like, it's got the backing on it, so I guess it doesn't help. But when in the video, I like held it up at one point. It's like paper thin. It's like a film almost. So it's once it's on, you won't even. I mean, you can tell it's there, but it's not like heat transfer vinyl like normal stuff where that's pretty stiff. It isn't. It's really cool. So there's also another brand, Avery DIY t-shirt transfers. It's fine. I just don't like it quite as much. I love this one. I've been using this one for years. I brought some other things that you can print for this. This is Silhouette printable gold foil, super classy, and sticker paper, right? All of these, like you could make the cutest stickers with Canva. It would be awesome for that. Cricut printable vinyl, also very good. This is not heat transfer vinyl. This is like sticker. This is, Cricut actually makes a sticker paper and a printable vinyl. Just don't even bother with the sticker paper. It's super thick, doesn't go through most people's printers, including mine. So I will always point you to their printable vinyl to make stickers instead. And there's a lot of other things that you can use for stickers too, including just regular Avery shipping labels, which is the classic. I've been using these since the 80s. So lots of options. Like you don't need to have a sublimation printer to make all this cool stuff. You can start with an inkjet. That print and cut project there, that's all just inkjet. There's a lot that you can do. And when you decide that you want to try sublimation, then you can. And you don't have to get a printer to start with. You can try one of the other methods, you know, the infusible ink transfer sheets, the pens and markers, there's paint, there's stamp pads, there's like a bunch of things that you can do, or you can just have someone print it for you, right? So you can tiptoe up to it to decide if it's right for you before you get a printer. Printers, like I have my Sawgrass here. I actually have a lot of printers now. I actually have like 5 brand new ones that are in boxes waiting for me to do a new, I did sublimation startup. It hasn't been quite a year, but I've decided I want to do it again and go through all the stuff again because I've learned new things I want to share with you. So at some point coming up in the spring, I'm going to redo sublimation startup, and all of you who are in sublimation startup, because it was included with this workshop, will be able to see all the new videos and stuff. So Liz, you started backwards. I want sublimation t-shirts. Yeah, some people do. Some people totally do. Dale says, do you have tutorials on how to learn computer navigation through programs? I only know Design Space. If not, can you suggest how to learn it? I don't have basic computer how-to tutorials, no. But I know a great source for them. And it's called lynda.com, and it's spelled with a Y. So lynda.com. That site has been around on the internet for probably as long as I've been using it. It's got really, really, really good tutorials on anything related to computers. It's very helpful. I think that you'll love it. So if you want to learn more about computers, like using software, using your computer and stuff, that's a great place. I also just recommend, what would I call this? The School of Experience. So none of my education on computers came from a course or anything like that. They didn't even really come from manuals. The way that I learn is by literally getting it and then pushing all the buttons. That's what I think in my mind. I will go in and I will see, okay, what can I do? So when I was learning Canva, I literally tried all the things and I didn't worry if I messed up. It didn't matter. It was not important, right? So I feel pretty fearless when it comes to software because, like, nothing's gonna happen, right? So you just going in and clicking on things, like knowing where everything is, and like what happens if I do this? What happens if I do this? Like it's like walking through the park and finding all the things that are in the park rather than just going to the park and having a picnic, right? Sometimes it just helps to understand all the things that are possible before you actually try to use it. Then again, it can be overwhelming too, so I totally get that. Okay, let's see. Oops, I need to scroll my comments down. Too busy chatting. What's a good inkjet printer that's not discontinued? The Epson EcoTanks are really good. That would be my recommendation. My inkjet printer, they still sell it, but I don't think they make it anymore. I have the HP Envy, but oh my goodness, you guys, I've had this for like 6 years now. It's like a workhorse. It's like no issues with it. So it's really amazing, but I don't think they're making the HP Envy 7155 anymore. They might make other ones. But the Epson EcoTank has got really good, like tons of people use that inkjet printer. So there's lots of tutorials and support for it. And I have several myself too. So that's probably what I would steer you towards, an Epson EcoTank. Don't let the fact that some people use it for sublimation confuse you. It's intended for inkjet. Right? It was never intended for sublimation ink. People just convert it to sublimation, right? So an Epson EcoTank is an inkjet printer. So it works great for inkjet. It works great for its intended purpose. Francis said, did I think of putting all of my tutorials or files in alphabetical order? I find things better that way. Someone made this suggestion recently, and I've been thinking about stuff like how I can organize, because at this point we have so many tutorials and files and content, and I don't know yet how best to organize it. And the problem with alphabetical, by the way, because that's how I use alphabetical myself for all of our projects, right? So on my hard drive, I have a folder for each project, and it's, of course, alphabetical. I can organize it by other ways. It's on my computer, but I usually see it alphabetically. Trust me when I say that's not super useful, because when you have 50 projects that start with the word DIY or paper, it's really actually hard to find things. So alphabetical might work for some topics, but it's not ideal for this one. I think that what I need to do is kind of put things into categories, and then maybe within those categories, they're alphabetical. And I should make some new pages so that we can send, people can find those and then search those and browse them and stuff like that. That's the idea. Okay, what's the difference between sublimation and easy subli? Sublimation is a general term that refers to using an ink and heating it to sublimate the ink from solid to gas and back again. Easy Subli is the name of a product that you can basically use. It's basically printable HTV. It's very thin, but that you can then use to put sublimation onto things like cotton shirts. That's the easiest way to explain it. So they're Easy Subli is like sublimation product, but sublimation itself is like a whole category. So they're kind of two different things, but related to each other. We have a tutorial if you want to learn more about Easy Subli. I have a tutorial on that, and it's how to sublimate on cotton shirts. And Easy Subli is one of the things that we used. Here's a good question. How do I know what weight of sublimation paper to use? Is there a difference? These cookies smell so good. Oh my gosh, I'm getting distracted. So there is a difference. And I actually did a video. I know I always say I have a tutorial for that, but I did a video on that in December where we actually not only looked at all the different paper, but I did some testing so that you could actually see how the different papers behaved with sublimation. So the biggest thing that matters for weight is the higher the weight, the more ink the paper can hold. So if you want a super vibrant, that's my sawgrass doing an auto maintenance. If you want a super vibrant print, you go with the heavier 125 gram. If you're doing like the sublimation tumbler, the seamless ones, right? For these, I used 105 gram because yes, it's a little lighter, a little less ink. That makes it easier to create the seamless design that we did, right? So that's really the big difference, is how much ink it can hold. The heavier weight holds more ink. The lighter weight holds less, but it's easier to blend it and to make the seamless tumbler. That's how I think of it. Have I considered adding Affinity Designer to my Cut Above course? I absolutely have. The only thing holding me back is that that would be a lot of work. Now, I'm not normally afraid of work, obviously, but it's a big project, right? So I can't just snap my fingers and say, now we have Affinity Designer, right? In the course, I would need to update all of it, right? Like all of it. So which is actually on my list of things to do. Excuse me, I need a tissue. So yes, sorry. Yes, I do want to add Affinity Designer to Cut Above. And if you're already in Cut Above, then when I do that, you're just going to get access to it. And if you're not, but want to, you should wait until I actually do it, right? Because I don't know when that'll be. It's not on my schedule right now. Right now, our focus is on getting these monthly workshops. I want to try to get a workshop out every month and just like that be part of what we do here at JenniferMaker. So we have our tutorials, then we go a little deeper into a video, and then we have courses that go super deep. We're just kind of missing that in the middle spot, so we're working on that. Are you going to share the tea party in the workshop once we're done? Yes, right. So totally. We're recording all of this. It's all being recorded. We've been here for 4 hours, just checking. Yes, I'm recording all of this, and we will put this whole recording into the workshop area. And we're also going to separate out some of the things because some of it was not, like some of it I have the video for and I played the video for, well, you know, but like this part, we'll just upload this and you can just hang out. You can just watch it anytime you want. You know, you don't have to craft alone. You can put something like this on where we're just hanging out and talking, and it can just be in the background while you're doing stuff. So yes, it will be there. So if you have to go, there's a recording there, or there will be by the time we put it up. Yes. Does your sublimation course teach how to adjust colors? I have an Epson 2720, but yellow prints orange and orange prints red, but red prints correctly. So it does not go into that much detail. What it does do is it tells you how to get ICC profiles that can help with your colors. So I do that part, but it's not like I actually explain how to go in there and change each color, which is a thing that you can do. So I want to help with that, but I haven't come up with the right way to teach it. I think I was trying to explain this when my mic was off earlier. And I said I knew my teachers out there would understand this, but when you think you know a topic, you don't know a topic until you try to teach it. That is the best way to actually really truly understand it. And learning how to teach it in a way that makes sense is a big part of it. So I need to figure out a way to teach people how to improve their color in a way that's not just confusing and overwhelming, but actually helps them. So I'm still working on that. So, and still learning about sublimation myself, right? I don't consider myself an expert in sublimation. Usually I always consider myself, you know, an enthusiastic user of all these things I do. But there's definitely people who know more about it than me, right? I'm always learning. All right, I have another awesome question. What about a course on how to organize our SVGs so we can easily find them? So that would be a great workshop topic, not a course topic. I don't think we need a whole course on that. But I think I'm actually going to do it for free during Get Organized HQ, which is an event that happens in late summer every year. And it's all about organizing. Duh. I've done it for a few years now. But I asked everybody in one of my Facebook groups what I should do a topic on, and that was the overwhelming response. So I think I'm going to do a session on how to organize your digital files obviously with a focus on how to organize them when you're a crafter. You know, all those fonts and all those SVGs and all those PNGs and PDFs we have. How do you organize them? So that will be in August or September, whatever, sometime around there. So I will do that. So watch for that. I'll send out an email, and all you do is you get a free ticket to it, and then you just have to show up on the day and watch it. That's how all of those events like that. We just finished one of the event like that called Crafting for Profit, which is really cool. My session was on how to pick the right products that people actually want to buy, because it was all about, you know, using crafting to make some money, basically. And then there's another summit coming up called Cricut Craft Fest. That I think is actually next week. It's coming up, or maybe this week, this coming up week. I think it's coming super soon. So I have already sent out an email about that. I'll probably send out another one if you haven't got your ticket. And I don't remember the link to get it, but in that session, I am teaching you how to turn your signature into an SVG. So super cool. There's a bunch of different ways. They're all free methods of doing it. And I'm teaching you how to do it with, to make like a cut file, but also how to do it where you can use a pen and a Cricut, or engraving or foiling. So it's like single line too. So Craft Fest starts on Monday. Thank you, Gina. I thought it was coming up super soon. So I guess I'll be sending out an email tomorrow to remind everybody to get their free ticket, because you need your free ticket to watch it. My session, I think, is on Wednesday or Thursday. I'm not sure right now. Crafting for profit was fun. It was fun. Yes, I agree. Tammy says, which PYD model mug press and mini oven are you using? Do they have model numbers? I guess they do, don't they? Does it say? It's not like, I don't see a number on it. It's kind of heavy. Okay, I'm not picking that up. I don't know. But I don't have to know. If you go to my tutorial on sublimation tumblers, I link to it right in that tutorial. So if you click the link, it'll take you to the exact same one I got on Amazon. So that is true whenever you want to know whatever I used. I always have a supply list, always. So just go to that supply list, click the link, and it'll show you exactly what I used. It's important that you know. So I don't know which model that is. And then there's another question here. What was that? Guys are talking about Craft Fest. I know, right? Oh, the mini oven. I don't know what model that is either. All I know is that it's really cute blue. It looks like a little retro oven. If you search for PYD Life Sublimation Oven, I don't think that there's more than one model of their oven. It's just this little cute little blue thing with little like knobs on it, like an oven, right? Is there different models? I don't think so. I think it's all the same. Denise, I'm happy that you like crafting for profit. I thought it was really good. I think that they did an awesome job of organizing it. Everyone usually does. I really like those events. It's so cool to be able to. I love that I get asked. It makes me feel really good, of course, but I love that they're so accessible. So many people come together. They're all experts, right? And they talk about their thing, whatever they're an expert at, for free, right? You can always buy like a VIP pass or an all access pass, but you don't have to. And I think that's really cool. Okay, you guys are asking me how to get a ticket. Give me a second. I have to go to my screen. I'm not going to share it. I'm going to try to remember my link to it. I think it's JenniferMaker.com, and it's called Craft Fest 2023, I think. I'm checking to see if that's it. Maybe someone remembers. That's not it. That was a good guess, Jennifer, but that was not it. Maybe someone could put it in chat. Maybe you guys already did. Maybe you already put it in chat. I don't. Someone put the link to our link to Cricut Craft Fest in the chat, please. Maybe it's Craft. I'm trying to guess at it. Craft Fest. I'm sure you could Google it too. Craft. Sorry, guys. I wasn't planning to talk about this, so I didn't prepare. I think it's maybe I'm just missing. Let's see if this is it. No, that's not it. Whatever. Someone will figure it out. Okay. My very first project. Okay, so I wasn't sure which one you wanted. As a kid, I have no idea. I have a picture of me doing watercolor in the library when I was 4. But do I remember that? No, I don't remember that. I remember kindergarten crafts. I do remember those. Those really stand out to me. I loved kindergarten crafts. Okay. My first Cricut craft was a paper. No, it was not that. It was a template for smocking because I was teaching a smocking class and I've been making my templates by hand with like a paper punch and I was over it. So I bought the Cricut to do that. And it's a whole story. I just went to Joann's and I'm like, hey, there's this Cricut thing that like will cut out paper for me. I'm totally buying this because I'm tired of making these templates. So that was my first Cricut project. It was just a piece of cardstock with holes in it that people would use as a template for learning how to smock, like pleat, right? So, because it's one of my hobbies. And my first sublimation project, I think it was my Subliflower. I think that was my very first one. Yes, it was. That's in my library if anyone's ever seen it. It's in the logo for Sublimation Startup. It's that flower. That's all the different colors. So I designed it to be my first project, and that was my very first press, was that Subliflower. So that was my first sublimation project. Hopefully that helps. Did we ever get the link for Cricut Craft Fest in?
Oh, there it is. Cricut Craft Fest. That's not the link. That's the link just to my page. I'm looking for our link. Here, I might be able to find it. Give me a second. I know I put it in one of these spots. I just have to find it. Like our link that takes you to. I'm looking for it right now. Okay, I'm gonna look at a different way on my computer. Like I create like pretty links that are like shortcuts to things. You'll hear me say that. So like when I say JenniferMaker.com/Canva-workshop, that's a pretty link. The actual link is harder to remember. I'm just not remembering this one because it was kind of like not on my mind. So I'm just gonna go look it up right now. Because there's actually two different links, one for the free pass and one for the, there we go. Okay, I've got it. I'm going to type it out on the page since I went to all that trouble to look it up. So give me a second. I'm going to like make a little text thing and type it out. Okay, so it's JenniferMaker.com/ I got to get this right. There it is. Cricut Craft Fest free pass. All right, I'm going to put it on the screen. Oh, you can't see that very well. Let's fix that. Needs a background. There we go. There. And put that up there. That link there is for the Cricut Craft Fest. So the Cricut Craft Fest has like 40 plus sessions all about the Cricut. And my session is how to turn your signature into an SVG. It's super cool. But there's tons of other ones. Starts Monday, and I think it's 5 days long. I think it goes from Monday through Friday. Tons of stuff. Get your pass. It's super cool. I don't know if they're giving free passes out throughout the entire event or just up to the moment it starts. Every event is a little different. So it's definitely worth it. If you're interested in sublimation, there will be a sublimation camp again this year. I'm pretty sure I was asked to do it. So yes, there is. And I don't know exactly when it is. Maybe May. That's when it was last year. So that's very cool. If you're interested in getting to sublimation, that is a great event. I'm just going down here, I guess. Thank you. Thank you, Grandy. It took me a while to find it. I see that you gave it to me, though. Yeah, sublimation camp is really cool. So that will be late spring. I need some tea. You like my Minecraft party? My Minecraft party, you know, all my Minecraft party stuff, all that stuff, that was for one of Alexa's birthday parties back before I was doing a craft blog at all. And we were so my blog actually started as just a little mom blog, and I was really just sharing my adventures with Alexa. So like food we would make and things we would do. So I put all of our, she actually still really likes Minecraft. So do I. But I made a Minecraft party for her and I put all my principles on there. My guess is that's what you're thinking of, right? There was a Cricut Craft Fest kickoff today, and I didn't even know that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Abby. I've been very focused on our workshop, everybody. I have not come up for air at all. There's all sorts of things piling up for me. Sorry, everybody, if I forgot anything. So I'm going to take some time off tomorrow to rest, and then I'll get all the workbook updated, and I will make sure everyone knows about Cricut Craft Fest, because I've just been too busy working on the workshop to really talk about that. I know you all understand. Have I done DTF sublimation? I have. I did that in December, and there's a tutorial on it. That shows that how I didn't do like film. I did the powder, right? It actually worked really well. It was great. Okay. Am I missing anything? Oh, Michael's has a similar blue oven called Craft Express. Oh, I didn't know that. That's cool. Although I've already ordered the PYD Life one, so that's the one I'm going to use. Get an error not found 404. Okay, let's double check. Maybe I typed it wrong. Cricut-craftfest-free-pass. Make sure you put free-pass in it. I'm going to double check that I got it right though. JenniferMaker.com/cricut-craftfest-free-pass. It works. So put it in again. You probably just there's some stray something or some dash is missing or whatever. Got it right. Thank you. Have I done rhinestones? We have a tutorial coming up on that. So we're going to teach you how to do them. I think you're going to love it. I know some people love making them. So we're going to show you how you can do it with your Cricut. Do I have any deboss designs besides the purse? Made some paper clips. There's a paper clip project where we debossed all the little details of the little animals on the paper clips. But I think, well, I mean, there's been a couple other things, but they're mostly just little details. Not really, the focus is not on debossing. I haven't done a lot with it, nor have I had a lot of requests for it. I never was really like the kind of paper crafter who embossed things, so I don't tend to think about the textures so much, honestly. I think I might also really like the smooth paper. I find I gravitate towards smooth, solid colors. So you'll see that in a lot of my projects. Like I don't necessarily use the patterns. I tend to use the solid colors. I think it's just my personal preferences and stuff. So, but patterns are fine and textures are fine. There's a simplicity about a solid, smooth surface that I really like. Have I ever sublimated on shoes? Okay, I have to show you. I have not yet, but they're actually sitting right down here for me to try. So, and I haven't had any time. So I was talking with my team about this a couple weeks ago, and I'm like, oh, I wish that I could sublimate on shoes and make my own shoes, right? I love cute shoes. A lot of people know that. So I went to the site that sells the shoes that I like, and I just happened to see, it was like Kismet, is that the word for it? They sell a blank white shoe. I'm going to pull them out so you can see. In fact, let me just switch over to my overhead view so you can just see what it actually looks like. That's the wrong one. Sorry. That's the Cricut Craft Fest site. I'm still learning my foot pedals. There we go. So it comes in this. If anyone has ever seen Chocolaticas, they come in these cute boxes. These are the shoes I love to wear. Okay. So I have not had time to experiment with them yet, but they are blank white shoes. Look at these. They're so cute. They're just identical to the ones I usually wear, right? I don't know yet if they're polyester. I don't know, but I think they must be. I don't. So I was going to do a test and just like put a little heart on them, right? I just haven't had any time. It's been really busy. So, but yeah, I got these from, so don't buy them yet until I know. For all I know, there's something weird, but they feel soft, but I'll bet you anything. I bet you anything there's polyester. You know why? Do I have a pair of shoes I could show you? I mean, well, probably in there. Like, their shoes look sublimated to me. Like, they have all these cool, they're very full, very vibrantly colored. The ones that I normally wear, right? They look like they've sublimated them. I don't know. They don't say what the fabric content is, so I just have to experiment with it. But wouldn't that be cool to be able to like figure out how to make your own design of shoes? Yeah, so this is on my list of things when I get some time. Probably won't be for a little while still because it's been really busy. But the brand is, this is the brand of shoe that I love to wear. It's called Chocolaticas, right? The design house, it's like a designer, and it's called Hot Chocolate Design. And I don't remember what they're called, but they're intended to be decorated.
but not sublimation. But they come with this, oh, here, they're called Chocolatica's Fan Made. It says, include scrap paper and cloth to test colors before designing your shoes. So I'm going to use that cloth that comes in here to see if it's sublimation friendly or not. I just feel like it's not likely to be cotton. It's likely to be a polyester, right? Right? So I'll let you guys know, and then that would be cool. They are very comfortable, Catherine. They're super comfortable, super cute. They make the cutest shoes. I think it'd be really cool to design my own. Might be a lot of work, you know, and the templates would be tricky because, you know, I couldn't like make one. I would have to make templates for everything, right? I mean, like if you guys wanted to make them, I'd have to make them for every shoe size. And that would require buying every shoe to figure out the shoe size. So I'm not sure if I would be able to do a tutorial on that. Now they're not going back in there. Yeah, I'll fix it later. We'll put them, we'll just set this down here. Anyways, I'm gonna figure this out. I'm gonna find a way to do some sublimation shoes. I think it would be really fun. How much are they? They weren't cheap. 50, 60 bucks. I bought them directly from them. Maybe they're cheaper on Amazon. I don't know. I was so excited. I went to the site and I'm like, they have white shoes. I like bought them that moment. So I'm sure you all know I'm super brand loyal. When there's a brand I like they have my trust. That's it. It's kind of like just take my money. So I went there. I saw that they were available. I clicked buy, and that was kind of it. So, but they weren't cheap. They were, I feel like they're the same price as like a regular decorated, you know, shoe, just white instead. So thank you, Laura. Yeah, see, not expensive. 75 bucks, not expensive. So, I don't know if it'll be worth it or not, but I figure I'm going to experiment. I'm going to find out. Helen says, do I have an affiliate code for Chocolaticas? I do not know, but if you get them through Amazon and you go like through one of my links, it's kind of a default affiliate link, right? The way that affiliate links work on Amazon is if you, let's say you go and through my tutorial to buy glue, right? Because I list glue, and you decide that you need to buy a pair of shoes or a dress or I don't know, tires for your car. JenniferMaker, the company, will actually earn it's a very small commission, but that's how an affiliate sale typically works, right? So even if I don't sell that thing or talk about it, if you went through my link, I actually get credit for it. So it's not a lot, but you know, the little things add up. And it's not important that you use our links, by the way. It's not, it's helpful, I suppose, you know, because we're a company and I have 30 team members, but I never say use my link. This is really important because it's not. What's important is that you do what's right for you, that you get it where you want to. You might want to be using your friend's affiliate link. I don't know. It's not, so just so you know, my stance on that. They're there if you want to use them, but it's not a big deal if you don't either. It's totally all good. Yes. And the shoes are super comfy. Yes. All right. I'm starting to lose my voice. I can tell. And my nose is starting to run. That's usually a sign that it is time for me to stop. Because I can hear it like starting to get less clarity here. And also I have these amazing cookies to eat. So I think we should wrap up. I think we've been here for a while now. It's been 4.5 hours. 4.5 hours. Thank you to those of you who have hung out with me all this time. This was really cool. I'm hoping that we can do workshops each month and hang out like this afterwards each time. Do you like it or is it weird? Let me know. I want to know what you like. Matters a great deal to me. Basically, you guys are my boss. And when you say you like something, that's a signal for me to do more. And when you don't, you should always be honest. I will do less of it. This is how I work, right? So your feedback, and this is why I'm always asking for your feedback because it's important. You liked it? Awesome. Well, I think it's nice just to hang out and not necessarily have a specific thing either, right? It's fun to talk about chocolate wine and sublimation shoes, right? Sometimes our best ideas can come from things like that where it's not quite so structured, in my opinion. All right. Okay, so reminders. Everything is being recorded. Everything will be uploaded to the workshop area, but not until Monday. I promised my team. It is the weekend after all. So my video team will be working on the videos on Monday. So watch for those sometime, probably end of the day. But this video, this recording, I will keep the unlisted YouTube video available in the workshop area, right? So you can come back to watch this. Once the videos are in the workshop area, the unlisted video will be deleted entirely. So everything will be in the workshop area. But until then, you can just watch this video again. I'll let you know when the workbook is all up to date so that you can, got all this stuff in there and all the captions will be in place. And if you have questions about the workshop or really anything JenniferMaker related, you could always contact us. So the ways to do this, so if it's workshop related, come to the Facebook group, right? You all have access to that if you're in the workshop. So it's the Maker Academy Workshops group. It's a great place to ask questions. You'll probably get your answer the fastest there. The second way is to email us at vip@jennifermaker.com. It does take a little longer, right? We get a lot of emails, but we try to answer all of our emails that have questions. And of course, another way is to show up to a live video to ask me a question, but I think it's not like I do them every day. So I think that's a harder one, right? So I would say Facebook group first, email second would be your order. And thank you for all the kind comments. Tonight, when I'm relaxing, I will read through these comments that you're sharing with me right now because they mean a lot to me. They really do. Sorry. All right. Thank you for joining me. Thank you to my amazing team for being here with me all this time. Greg, who got up early and got me Starbucks and has been here with me to do all these things. To everybody, Grandy, Jen, Blair, who am I missing? Vicky, Stacy helping in social media, Pat helping in still, everyone helping. There's so many people. I'm going to miss someone. Everybody on the JenniferMaker team, you're awesome and I love you. Thank you. I know everybody out there loves you too. This is truly a group effort that we're doing. And I think that's it. Thank you all. It was a wonderful afternoon with you. I really enjoyed it. And watch for more emails about future workshops if you like these. And I'll send a follow-up email too when we have videos and the workbook all ready for you. So you can just keep an eye on your email. Have a wonderful day. Oh, don't forget to share your photos. Okay, please share your photos. Make something with what you learned and share them with me. I love to see what you make. Okay? Thank you all so much. Have a wonderful day, and I will see you next time. Bye.